Chapter 3271. Chapter 3271. Chapter 327. Wow. So beautiful. Hu Qing left. They took away all the employees and resources of the entire Clear River Pavilion, including Steward Hu, Ichiro, and the others. They were actually all descendants of Ling Hu, and ever since Yi Xian appeared, they had treated him as young Master Ling Hu. When they heard that young Master Ling Hu and Prince Xian were actually close friends, they happily left. Normally, the entire Clear River Pavilion would be deserted, and it would attract a lot of secret attention, scrutinizing and investigating this matter. However, the chaos in Heaven War Planet was gradually becoming apparent. Countless Starry Sky Masters and people of the Empire were fleeing, and all the people of Clear River Pavilion were leaving, so no one would think much of it. This matter was actually killing two birds with one stone for Yi Xian. On the one hand, he used the name of young Master Ling Hu, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but now it was resolved. On the other hand, Hu Qing took his team to Triumph City, which was also good for the construction and future development of Triumph City. Although there were all kinds of talents on the other side, the experts had the wretched mosquito butcher in charge, the army had the trusted troops of Naples, and in terms of construction and development, there were the 1,000 or so so-called victorious return think tanks that Yi Xian called pests. Only in the field of business, there were no top talents who could make him feel relieved. It should be known that the Death Star field, where Triumph City was located, was not only vast, but there were also countless stars. Although they were all dead stars, they were still very rich in mineral resources. However, compared to the harsh environment of the Death Star field, for other forces, mining these minerals required them to live in that place for a long time. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, so no one cared. However, since the Victorious Return Legion was stationed there, they would definitely excavate these ores daily, refining them into ores and trading them with the outside world. This was a long-term and sustainable source of resources that could be exchanged for a large number of cultivation resources that the Legion's experts needed, as well as various other reserves for the Legion's expansion. So it was extremely important. With Hu Qing in charge of this in Triumph City, Yi Xian was completely relieved. After solving this matter, he originally wanted to leave immediately. Heaven War Planet had become a place of trouble, and he didn't want to stay here and be infected by the poison of immortality. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to throw himself into the Shenong cauldron to be refined to get rid of the poison in his body. That was simply torture. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru came together and blocked the door. When Yi Xian walked out of the courtyard, the three girls were grinning at him eagerly. What is it this time? Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. It was definitely not a good thing for these three girls to be together. Long Xian, what do you mean? Do you dislike the three of us so much? Fortunately, one of them is your lover. I've never seen you treat your future wife like this. Yes or no, Zing, what kind of eyes did you have in the past? She actually took a fancy to him. Ayaya, you two damned girls. You were clearly protesting against him. So why are you dragging me into this? Seeing that Yi Xian was guarding against them like they were thieves, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and started protesting. Their small lips were pouting so hard that 2 kilograms of meat could be hung from them. With 3 delicate beauties waiting outside at the same time, who wouldn't be overjoyed? Only this guy's face immediately darkened. No one else could do this. This was especially true for Purplish Warbler, who was innocently implicated. At this moment, her mood was completely messed up. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red, and she almost turned around and ran away. Yi Xian was embarrassed and stepped aside to invite the 3 ladies in. After asking, he found out that they had already thought about what kind of ores they would use for the second fusion refinement and had already collected all of them. Thus, before leaving Heaven War Planet, they had hurriedly sent them over to Yi Xian. With regards to the future armor, the 3 girls had always been thinking about it. This was too normal. Almost all women were like this. Once they thought about how beautiful clothes were about to be in their hands, they would definitely lose their appetite for food and drink. They would be so excited that their eyes would be filled with adrenaline. At this time, Heaven War Planet was on the verge of erupting with an undying and indestructible poison, Yet they acted as if nothing had happened and were still thinking about the armor. Yixian was thoroughly convinced. Very quickly, the three girls each took out a small spatial box. Inside each box was a rare mineral. Even Yixian felt a little envious when he saw them. As expected of the young misses of the top families of the dynasty. If such a thing was thrown out, it would definitely attract a lot of people, yet they were able to easily get their hands on it. The three spatial boxes were quickly put away by Yixian and sent into his undying world. Just as he was about to say something, Duamu Xiaocha beside him excitedly shouted, "Idol, quickly take out our armor for us to admire. Although this is only the first fusion refinement, the armor we chose last time was all very beautiful. After fusing with the armor that was originally lacking in this aspect, it will definitely be very beautiful, right?" Ah! Yixian was dumbfounded. Only now did he understand. The three girls had come to deliver the materials, but their main purpose was to see the armor that they had fused with. After all, it had been a few days since they returned from the Medicine King's hidden realm. Yixian had previously said that the first fusion refinement did not require much time, but the later refinements would require more time. He had nothing to do these past few days, so the girls probably thought that he was refining the armor behind closed doors. At this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to say that he did not have time to refine the armor. Since they were so concerned about it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were thinking about it day and night. If they found out that he did not take it seriously at all, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. If the three of them were to follow Yixian closely and supervise his progress day and night, then it would really be over. Thinking of this, Yixian shuddered. Then, under the suspicious gazes of the three girls, he turned around and walked towards the inner room. "You guys wait. There's still a bit of finishing up that hasn't been done yet. Finish it immediately and just wait outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already entered the inner room. Yixian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He immediately took out the three armor artifacts and the magnificent armor artifact for fusion. He threw all of them to the devouring system. At the same time, he took out some star core origin from the undying world and threw it to the devouring system as well. He was preparing to fuse the three armor artifacts together. After all, it was only the first time, so it would not take much time. After all, his cultivation had increased by a lot, and it was no longer the same as before. After finishing all the preparations, Yixian immediately ordered the system to fuse the armor artifacts immediately. Then, he sat cross-legged in the inner room and waited. According to his estimation, the first fusion of the three pieces of armor at the same time would take about 4 hours to complete. Fortunately, the three girls from the Purplish Warbler did not disturb him during this process. They probably knew that refining was a meticulous job and could not be distracted. Otherwise, if the armor artifacts were to be destroyed, they would be the ones crying. For hours later, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Yixian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He put away the three armors, stood up, and left the inner room. With a wave of his hand, the three dazzling armors lined up and floated in the air in front of him. "Wow! So beautiful! I love you to death!" Chapter 3272. Imperial Castle collapses. The three girls originally had several sets of armor. The sturdiest and most practical one was clumsy and ugly, while the most dazzling one was flashy but impractical, not very useful in actual combat. Although there were a few sets of armor that balanced both aspects, because they had to balance these two aspects at the same time, they ended up being mediocre. They were beautiful but not stunning, and they were sturdy, but just barely passable, for the female Starry Sky Masters who loved beauty. Having a sturdy, practical, and dazzling set of armor was almost an eternal pain in their hearts. Very few people got what they wanted. But now, the three sets of female armor in front of them clearly belonged to this kind of dream equipment. Stars burst out of the eyes of the three girls. In front of them, they could vaguely see the shadow of the two sets of armor they had provided before. The shortcomings were discarded, but the advantages were retained and perfectly blended together. This was only the first fusion, but the three girls were already amazed. Although there was no change in terms of grade, and the main armor they had provided before was of the Starry Sky Legend grade, and it was still the same now, but the quality, especially the appearance, had been completely reborn. It was completely different from before. Heavens! This is too amazing. I'm not dreaming, am I? Big bad guy, the previous matter is written off. This young lady is not angry anymore, but you can't be careless with the following fusion. An idol is an idol, just based on this magical refining technique. Even if he is not a prince, he is destined to be famous in the world. I'm afraid that even those master refiners are not as good as him. Stars burst out of their eyes as the three girls admired their new sets of armor admiringly. They were not stingy with their praise, almost praising Yi Xian to the heavens. Then they each took out their own sets of armor and put them on. Their whole temperament was completely different, and Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. After tossing and turning for a long time, the three girls reluctantly took it off and handed it back to Yi Xian with a red face. Then, they pestered him to imagine the shape and changes of the armor after the second fusion. After grinding for a full meal, they left, turning their heads 3 times. It was on this night that an unforeseen event occurred again. The second outbreak of the undying, indestructible poison appeared. Roar! Screech! Screech! At midnight, a bone-chilling scream of a corpse suddenly sounded. It came from the direction of the courtyard temporarily rented by the 3 great families of Heaven Battle Planet, the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, as well as the Yuan family and the Huangfu family. Immediately after, hundreds of cosmic zombies rushed out from the 4 great clans and scattered, running in different directions of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital. These universe zombies were originally the Starry Sky experts of the 4 great families. Perhaps because they had been in contact with Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfu Zhua during this period of time, they were unknowingly infected. What was even stranger was that they seemed to have made an agreement in advance. Tonight, they all lost their vitality and self-awareness at the same time, turning into terrifying universe zombies. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy about this. But where the problem was, no one knew. The Heaven Battle Empire reacted immediately. A large number of the imperial capital's garrison troops were dispatched. In the blink of an eye, there were countless shuttles flying back and forth in the sky above the imperial capital, beginning to search and kill. As the imperial capital of one of the 3 great empires, the Heaven Battle City had always had a flight ban, but after the first outbreak of the undying indestructible poison, no one paid attention to this flight ban. At this time, the imperial capital's garrison troops, in addition to the small shuttles, even the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleships had been dispatched. From time to time, they would blast out energy beams to kill the bloody universe zombies wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. In the chaotic situation, some of the Starry Sky experts in the imperial capital no longer had any scruples. They all summoned their own small private battleships and fled this demonic land in panic. As for the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, the energy shield had already been activated. It could effectively prevent the virus from spreading in. At the same time, there was a large number of Imperial Capital's garrison troops guarding the main roads. Any universe zombies that didn't know how to open their eyes would be killed from afar. Tonight, the entire Heaven Battle Empire was in complete chaos. The Heaven Battle Empire was about to collapse. More than 100 universe zombies appeared at the same time, and they were all Starry Sky experts. Their original cultivation was not weak, but after the poison turned them into universe zombies, the cells in their bodies mutated. In an instant, their strength skyrocketed, making it extremely difficult to kill them. Even if they were successfully hunted down, in the process, more people in the imperial capital were infected. Under such a chaotic situation, there was no way to guard against the splashing blood of the universe zombies. As a result, the more the universe zombies were killed, the more the universe zombies increased. In the end, it gradually became a prairie fire. Before dawn, the zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had already formed into hordes. Although most of them were ordinary citizens of the imperial capital and not Starry Sky powerhouses, even if they were ordinary citizens, after becoming zombies in the universe because of the mutation, the power they possessed was already extremely shocking. Not to mention, there were also a small number of Starry Sky experts mixed in. They had already become the leaders of the universe zombies. They were often hidden in the zombie horde and were very difficult to kill. When the sky was about to brighten, the number of zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had reached hundreds of thousands. At this point, the officials of the Heaven Battle Empire finally realized that the situation was hopeless, and the situation could not be reversed. The imperial family in the inner city and the upper echelons of the empire who were protected by the energy shield all evacuated. Not only did they evacuate from the Heaven Battle Empire, but they also evacuated from the Battle Star. Because some universe zombies had already broken through the city, the other cities on the vast continent of this star would soon be affected, and there would no longer be a paradise left. The upper echelons of the empire had already begun to evacuate, so the starry sky experts and the people of the empire naturally could not have any more hope. Those who had the ability to leave all set off from the first universe, boarding the warships and rising into the sky. Not only did the other aristocratic families and forces who came for this Medicine King Peak hurriedly leave, even the local top aristocratic families of the Heaven Battle Empire, such as the Tuoba and Gongyang families, did the same, including the three girls Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. The three girls finally left. Yixian stood in the small courtyard of the hostel, looking up at the horizon. Seeing the warships of the aristocratic families rise into the sky, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yixian originally wanted to leave long ago, but he delayed until now because he changed his mind at the last minute. For the time being, he did not plan to leave the Heaven Battle Star. As for the reason, even Yixian felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible when he thought about it now. The reason he stayed was because of these universe zombies, or more accurately, it was because of the 4 Zombie Kings. Chapter 3273. Zombie Kings Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the beginning of the second outbreak of the undying indestructible poison in the Heaven War planet, the system suddenly notified Yixian that it had discovered 4 Zombie Kings that had successfully mutated and asked Yixian if he should immediately hunt them down. Suddenly hearing the title of Zombie Kings, Yixian was caught unprepared. This was because the system's notification was very clear and pointed out the names of the 4 Zombie Kings that had successfully mutated. They were Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji Yuanzhua, and Huangfu Zhua. The reason why the system asked Yixian if it should be hunted down immediately was because this kind of zombie king that had successfully completed a living mutation had condensed a corpse core within its body. It was a rare body refinement treasure that could only be encountered and not sought after. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji Yuanzhua, and Huangfu Zhua were originally Black Hole Realm Starry Sky powerhouses. Moreover, when they were infected with the undying indestructible poison, they didn't die, unlike Changyu Xiaotian. Therefore, they had the opportunity to successfully evolve into zombie kings. Although in the 2 zombie crises that occurred on the Heaven War planet, in addition to a large number of ordinary people being infected, there were also many unfortunate Starry Sky powerhouses that had met with misfortune. Some of them were even above Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 in terms of cultivation realm and life level. They were existences at the origin realm or even the heavenly passage realm. But even so, only Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 successfully mutated and evolved into zombie kings. This was because they were infected with the most primitive undying indestructible poison, while the ordinary people and a few Starry Sky powerhouses were infected with the undying indestructible poison from Changyu Xiaotian, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others. Clearly, they weren't on the same level. Among the 5, apart from Changyu Xiaotian, who had been turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji Yuanzhua, and Huangfu Zhua, without exception, had all withstood the undying indestructible poison's full invasion of their primordial spirit and corporeal body. Today, they were indeed no longer normal humans. Every cell inside and outside of their bodies had completed a metamorphosis and embarked on a different path of evolution. From now on, they no longer needed to cultivate their divine intents because their primordial spirits had mutated and turned into a corpse core. This corpse core was the foundation of a zombie king's existence. It was the result of Tuoba Linfeng's group's primordial spirits and cultivation being corroded by the indestructible poison. According to the devouring system, this kind of corpse core had an unparalleled effect on Starry Sky Masters who walked the path of body cultivation. Of course, it wouldn't be swallowed directly. Instead, it would be used in medicine. When refining the gene cultivation fluid required in the future, it would be fine to add a little of it. If one were to look at it from a different perspective, it could be seen as a flesh and blood consumable taken from the body of a ferocious beast and used as medicine. In fact, Tuoba Linfeng's group wasn't considered human anymore. They weren't even comparable to the various types of space beasts in the void of the universe. Even if it was only for the sake of cutting the corpse core, Yi Xian didn't have any psychological barriers. It was like killing chickens and dogs. Unfortunately, wanting to successfully kill these 4 zombie kings wasn't an easy matter. Even the devouring system could only capture their aura at the very beginning. Afterward, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they concealed their aura and hid in the chaotic zombie army. This showed that they hadn't lost their consciousness. Although they had embarked on a different path of evolution, at least they weren't like those low-level cosmic zombies infected by the imperial capital. They were muddle-headed and had already lost their sense of self. Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that these 4 guys had completely retained their memories and wisdom before they mutated. This wasn't a groundless rumor. Tonight's zombie rampage was too sudden. Moreover, it broke out at the same time from 4 different directions of the imperial capital. It was as if it had been arranged beforehand. It gave people a feeling of a tight organization and meticulous planning. And the mastermind behind all of this, who else could it be other than Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yongji? The undying, indestructible poison was already terrifying to begin with. These 4 fellows used this strange poison to walk a completely different path of evolution. Even their original memories and wisdom were completely preserved. The danger index could be said to have increased by a large margin. Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. He had a strong sense of crisis. Taking advantage of the fact that these 4 guys had just mutated, their growth was still limited. He had to kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would become a big problem in the future. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xian decided to take the risk and stay on Heaven Battle Planet. He had a deep grudge with Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yongji, so he couldn't sit by and watch them grow stronger quickly. These 4 guys' cultivation realm was originally at the Black Hole Realm. When they left the Medicine King's secret realm, they used the undying poison to mutate and transform, breaking through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and entering the Origin Realm. Now that a few days have passed, after successfully mutating, their strength must have soared by a large margin. It is very likely that they are not too far away from the 10th Great Realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. While pondering, Yi Xian whispered softly, slightly frowning, his mind turning quickly, and he soon made a decision. Although these 4 guys are already in the Origin Realm, I have the Undying Glass Armor and the Withered Demon Blood Blade, both of which are Quasi-Starry Sky supreme treasures. I may be able to fight them. In addition, although the Undying Poison is terrifying, the Undying Glass Armor is completely sealed. The previous mecha's cabin door has disappeared. Only after refining can I equip it. There are no gaps, so it should be able to isolate the poison and avoid being infected in battle. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Strictly speaking, this battle was actually the first time since he entered the starry sky that he would truly rely on his own strength to fight across a great realm. Naturally, there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Withered Demon Blood Blade. While surging with emotions, Yi Xian shook his hand, and a black light instantly sprang out of his body. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy pitch-black blade covered in fine blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious and domineering. It was the Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Weapon, the Withered Demon Blood Blade. This blade had been fused and tempered 6 times by Yi Xian, expending a lot of resources and energy, but it had never truly accompanied him on the bloodshed battlefield. In today's battle, Yi Xian decided to use the mutated blood of zombie kings to sharpen its edge. Although the Withered Demon Blood Blade spirit was still in a deep sleep, this blade already had the strange effect of absorbing the blood of its prey before the 6th fusion. Now that it had been fused with the Withered Demon Blood Blade, its power in this aspect should be even stronger. As the saying went, fight poison with poison. Yi Xian believed that even the universe zombies that had mutated due to the undying poison would suffer the same fate when facing the Withered Demon Blood Blade. Even if the mutated blood was extremely poisonous, this blade would still absorb it. Chapter 3274. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Zombie, King the Devouring System's keen detection ability was indeed very powerful. Just as the system had indicated to Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua had indeed successfully withstood the corrosion and assimilation of the undying poison on their bodies and primordial spirits. Because of this, they had transformed and evolved into zombie kings. The strength of the four people had also greatly increased with this transformation, and they had stepped into the 9th realm, the origin level 9 perfection. With just one more breakthrough, they would be able to cross another realm and become the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. This kind of speed was really incredible. Even Yi Xian, who had been constantly having adventures since entering the universe, could only watch and sigh. He couldn't compare at all. Not only that, after the transformation, the four people even obtained an evil cultivation technique from the undying poison in their bodies, which should have originated from the primordial era. The four people had all transformed into zombie kings, and their primordial spirits had condensed into zombie cores. They couldn't cultivate their previous cultivation techniques anymore, and even their magic treasures were the same. These incomplete primordial cultivation techniques and divine abilities solved the problem, and they were very compatible with their current poisonous zombie bodies. The undying poison was originally formed by the resentment of countless powerful creatures from the primordial era who died in the battle of the primordial era countless years ago. It was normal for it to be mixed with some cultivation techniques from the primordial era, or some bloodline divine abilities of the creatures from the primordial era. The divine abilities and cultivation techniques that could leave a mark in the undying poison naturally couldn't be those with the attribute and power of the blazing sun. Moreover, they were incomplete and incomplete. But even so, these and evil cultivation techniques and divine abilities originated from the primordial era, and they originated from the first generation of creatures from the primordial era. No matter how incomplete they were, their power couldn't be underestimated. Tuoba Linfeng obtained a primordial demonic cultivation technique called the Demonic Life Transformation Technique. Besides that, there was also an incomplete divine ability called the Devil Flame Skyflash/, and it was unknown which ancient existence it originated from. Once this divine ability was executed, it was capable of condensing the energy of poisonous corpses into form to launch attacks that were swift like lightning. Its might was terrifying and evil, and it was even capable of absorbing the vitality, vital energy, and soul core energy of its opponent. It could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. Gong Yangji's luck was also not bad. Although the inheritance he obtained was also incomplete, it was called the Ghost Refining Berserk Devil Technique, but its power was quite terrifying. This technique had a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could actually cause corpse thunder and even corpse electricity with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. As for Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua, both they, and of course they too, they were translation of art, demon art, translation art. The former emitted the nether corpse flames, whereas the latter refined the baleful blood poison aura. Both of them were extremely poisonous, and once they effused out from the body, they were capable of instantly developing a large expanse of deathless land that was completely devoid of vitality. Tonight's zombie outbreak was indeed carefully planned by Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other three. They had successfully completed the transformation and evolution yesterday. Their primordial spirits had mutated, condensing into a gray corpse core in their bodies, transforming them into zombie kings. They had an innate suppression on the other ordinary zombies on the bloodline level. More importantly, they had not lost their original memories and intelligence, and had been completely preserved. After realizing that they were no longer humans, and that even their own family would not accept them, the four of them had a complete change of heart after a series of struggles. Last night, the four of them, through the gray corpse core in their bodies, emitted a wave frequency similar to a biological wave. They controlled all the infected people in their respective areas and comforted them to not act rashly. Through these hibernating zombies in the universe, they finally agreed to attack together tonight and capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital in one fell swoop. It sounded a bit unimaginable, but in fact, it was extremely possible. Every zombie was a source of poison. Even if they were killed, the corpse poison emitted from their bodies could create more of their kind. Just like a rolling snowball, as the number of zombies increased, the number of zombies under the four of them would increase exponentially. What was the big deal about destroying an emperor's capital? Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, and the other three even had a detailed plan. After capturing the Heaven War Emperor's capital, they would lead the universe's zombie army to continue their expedition until all the cities on the Heaven War planet were captured. After thoroughly controlling the planet, they would temporarily stop fighting and recuperate. In the future, when the entire universe's zombie army was fully developed, they would lead the army to rush out of the Heaven War planet and conquer the vast starry sky outside. This grand plan was not a so-called dream. There was an extremely high possibility of it becoming a reality, but the most important thing right now was the first step, to capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital. If he couldn't even do this, everything that followed would be nothing more than an illusion. Regarding this, Tuoba Linfeng and the other three were all clear. The four great zombie kings had reached an astonishing consensus. In tonight's battle, they would either succeed and occupy the Emperor's capital or be annihilated. They could only cut off their means of retreat. Humans wouldn't give them too much time to grow. At this moment, the four of them were leading their respective universe's zombie army. From four different directions, they slowly advanced towards the central plaza of the outer city. They would meet there and first occupy the entire Emperor's capital's outer city, then advance towards the inner city's Emperor's palace. The sky had not yet brightened. In just a short 4 hours, the entire Emperor's capital's outer city had changed beyond recognition. At least 70% of the universe's experts and citizens had left this area. The remaining 30% had either been infected with the corpse poison and integrated into the zombie army, or they couldn't leave. They could only tremble and find a place to hide, waiting for death to claim them. Along the way, the four great zombie armies wreaked havoc. Everywhere they passed, they had already turned into a demonic land. The human silhouettes were becoming fewer and fewer, but the number of zombies in the four great armies was constantly increasing. Tuoba Linfeng and Gongyangji didn't reveal their presence. They carefully hid in the center of the four great zombie armies. For them, the current Heaven War Emperor's capital was still very dangerous. It was impossible for all the experts in the inner city's Emperor's palace to have left. Most likely, there were people spying on them. Once they discovered that there was a king-level existence in the zombie army, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. Unfortunately, no matter how careful they were still discovered in the end. Screech! In the eastern region of the outer city, a soul-stirring cold whistle suddenly sounded. A mysterious blood-black light tore through the night sky and rapidly plunged into the universe's zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city. Zhang! The blood-black light arrived in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red heavenly blade that was more than 10 zhang long. It was ferocious and ferocious. With a sweep in the air, it instantly killed more than 100 universe zombies. A small gap immediately appeared in the densely packed zombie army. Roar! Not far away, the zombie king Huangfuz was suddenly roared. No longer hiding his body, he rushed towards the blood-red heavenly blade. Chapter 3275. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Corpse Core in hand, the withered demon blood blade transformed into a heavenly blade and slashed down. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 cosmic zombies were annihilated. Even the mutant zombie energy in their bodies was absorbed in an instant, completely turning them into a gray dust that scattered with the wind. Not only was this scene sudden, it was also too shocking. The entire army was alarmed. Mournful roars rose and fell one after another. Over 100,000 cosmic zombies surged like a surging tide and pounced over together. They were enraged. In addition, the king of the zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city, Huangfuzhua, leaped up with a roar. He activated the evil blood poison aura and shot toward the withered demon blood blade like a blood-colored sunset. Xiao! It was also at this moment that a second incomparably sharp whistling sound pierced through the air from the direction of the withered demon blood blade. Yi Xian, who'd activated the second state of the undying glass armor, was like a miniature purple meteor as he descended in an incomparably stunning manner. Before the person arrived, the right arm of the mech was already raised. Immediately after, a black energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared, enveloping the entire right forearm. After a flash, it immediately blasted out, as if crossing the void, and rushed into the zombie army in an instant. Z-la-la. The black antimatter energy of the death ray cannon was absolutely destructive. All matter and energy would be melted, even these cosmic zombies that were infected with strange poisons and claimed to be immortal and indestructible. With just one shot, more than 100 cosmic zombies were instantly vaporized. A faint sound like boiling oil splashing water could be heard in the void, making one's scalp tingle. All of this happened too quickly. From the time the withered demon blood blade turned into a heavenly blade and slashed down, it took less than 3 breaths. But even so, in the shuttles and battleships of various sizes that crisscrossed in the distant sky, many human powerhouses were still alarmed. After seeing this scene through the holographic virtual screen, they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what is that? Someone dares to charge into the zombie army alone? Does he want to die? Mech? Mech, who can tell me what is going on? Had the Heaven's Legacy race invaded? I actually saw a combat mech that was more than 10 feet in size, and it even had a mini antimatter death ray cannon. This is unbelievable. Our human race definitely doesn't have such a thing. Look at that zombie. There's actually a bloody aura that's so thick that it's almost solid, gushing out of its body, wrapping around its entire body as it soared into the air, like a bloody setting sun streaking across the sky. What exactly happened? This universe zombie is too different. Is there a new mutation? Don't look anymore. Let's quickly leave and rush out of the atmosphere. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later. These space zombies are mutating at every moment. The Heaven Battle planet can't be protected. Perhaps only the planet's defensive formation within the atmosphere can stop them. Along with these cries of surprise, on the ground to the east of the outskirts of the capital, the zombie king Huangfuzhua, whose entire body was enveloped by the evil blood poison aura, and Yi Xian, who was wearing a combat suit, finally began to fight. Screech! The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and instantly rushed in front of Yi Xian, who stretched out his right arm and caught it in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his blade. This scene was too stunning. The purple mech that was more than 10 feet tall was like a mountain giant, and in its hand was a ferocious heavenly blade that was about the same size as its body. It imperceptibly emitted a domineering aura that dazzled everyone. Is actually you? Kakik? Linghu Ju, although your combat suit is strong, your cultivation realm is too weak. You may be invincible among your peers, but you can't shake a late-stage origin point existence. The zombie king Huangfuzhua's cold voice came from within the bloody aura, faintly tinged with excitement. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Yi Xian, like the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A second quasi-starry sky supreme treasure? This blood blade, this king wants it. Yi Xian didn't care, but he understood. It seemed that his previous guess was right. Not only did these 4 guys successfully survive the corrosion of the undying poison aura and transform into zombie kings, but they were also lucky enough to retain their original memories and wisdom, embarking on a new path of evolution. Rumble. Boom. As the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell, the mech was sucked into it and could no longer be seen. However, almost in the next moment, the evil blood poison aura that spread over an area of nearly 10,000 meters in the sky above the northern side of the outer city, a series of violent explosions sounded continuously. This was clearly the rhythm of an intense battle. The momentum was too shocking. All the human experts who were still paying attention to this area in the distance had their hearts in their throats. At the same time, in the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace in the inner city of the imperial capital. Although the inner city had yet to be affected by the zombie uprising, the entire the Arch Palace was already in chaos. Above the huge plaza outside the Arch Palace, there were many star fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters floating in the air. The main passage was opened, and figures were rushing in one after another. The Arch Palace was in an emergency evacuation, and all the important resources were stored in the spatial treasure. Not far from the Emperor Palace, at the top of the Emperor Palace's main hall, a few figures with restrained aura quietly stood there, emitting a certain kind of terrifying pressure. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outer city with a dignified gaze, as if he could see through the distant void and clearly see everything that was happening in the outer city. This middle-aged man was the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire. His cultivation was unfathomable, and at least he was not comparable to the Devil King Mo Wention. There were more than 10 figures behind him. They were either the elders of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan or the important ministers of the empire. They were all supreme experts, but at this moment, there was deep helplessness and regret on their faces. The situation is deteriorating too fast. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the outer city has fallen. There were only a few thousand zombies in the universe at first, but now there are more than 1 million, and it's still rising. Even if I kill them at the same time, it's useless. We can kill all the zombies, but we can't guarantee that the corpse poison won't spread. At that time, we'll have to face another wave of zombie army, and it'll be endless. Give the order. Evacuate the inner city. Take all the resources that can be taken and leave as soon as possible. At this point, the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire suddenly paused. After a long sigh, he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. His voice was still echoing. In addition, don't take the central superbrain of the Heaven Battle Galaxy's level 2 star network. Try to find one when you rebuild the Imperial capital in the future. The star defense formation needs it to maintain. Otherwise, once the zombie army rushes out of the atmosphere, I'm afraid there will be a big mess. Boom! Screech. In the sky on the east side of the outer city, the fierce battle of life and death had just begun, and it had only lasted for about 3 minutes. A huge explosion sounded, and the desperate scream of the zombie king Huangfu's were resounded in the night sky. Chapter 3276. Corpse flame overflows the sky. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained the desolate poison corpse core. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Black hole realm level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Black hole realm level 7. As Yi Xian stepped out of the blood poison shield, the familiar system notifications sounded in his mind. Other than the notification of obtaining the corpse core, there was also the unexpected reward of increasing his realm. In this battle, although Yi Xian had used the Undying Glass Armor and the Withered Demon Bloodblade, other than the first Antimatter Energy Death Ray Cannon, Yi Xian had only used his body to fight for the next 3 minutes of intense battle, and did not use the Death Ray Cannon again. Although the battle was short, ending in less than 3 minutes, this battle was very satisfying, and it gave Yi Xian a sense of satisfaction that surpassed himself. The potential of his physical body was pushed to the extreme, and the residual effects of the gene fluid in his cells were completely digested, causing his physical body's blood chi power to increase greatly, and his realm to increase by 2 levels. Boom! Before Yi Xian's heart could fade away, a loud bang came from the ground behind him. The blood poison shield in the air was very thin, and almost completely dispersed. Zombie King Huangfu's withered body fell to the ground, and as soon as it hit the ground, it exploded, turning into a cloud of gray fog that scattered in all directions. From then on, it turned into ashes. Everything that belonged to it had been taken away by Yi Xian, and contained in the gray corpse core that was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Yi Xian had already kept it in his undying world and handed it over to the devouring system to process. This desolate poison corpse core was the foundation of the Zombie King's existence. It was the product of Huangfu Zhuo's, Tuoba Linfeng's, and the others' Yuan spirits and cultivation after being invaded and mutated by the undying poison shield. According to the devouring system, it had an incomparably wonderful effect on the body refinement of the body of a starry sky expert. Just this one, after being processed by the system into a gray pill powder of the same quality, was enough for Yi Xian to consume for a long time. Every time it was concocted or refined, it only needed to add a little bit. Its main function was actually like a catalyst, and a small amount could cause a complete qualitative change. Screech. Roar. Screech. While Yi Xian was hesitating whether or not to kill the zombie army below him, in the far direction of the central square in the outer city, in the darkness of the night, in the direction of the outer city square, suddenly 3 terrifying roars. Yi Xian turned around and his expression couldn't help but slightly change. On the ground in the distance, a terrifying zombie army was rolling over. It was like a surging wave. There was no end in sight. There were at least 1 million of them. Obviously, the zombie armies in the other 3 directions of the outer city square had successfully converged, and they were aware of the changes in the eastern district, so they immediately rushed over to help. The 3 howls and roars came from the other 3 zombie kings. At that moment, they had already soared into the sky in anger. Although there were only 3 of them, they were extremely eye-catching in the distance. Their light was too strange, and their aura was too shocking. Even the 1 million-strong zombie army on the ground was suppressed by them. The 3 figures were lined up in a row, and they were rushing towards Yi Xian's location. On the left was Gong Yangji. He had inherited the ghost refining berserk technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm. He could raise his hand and shoot out corpse thunder and even corpse electricity, which was shocking. At this moment, his body was rumbling, and from time to time, there were gray and black corpse electricity flashing around his body, accompanied by the sound of exploding corpse thunder, covering a large area of 10,000 meters. On the right was Yuanzhua. Like Huang Fuzhua, he didn't inherit a desolate era technique, even if it was incomplete. However, he had obtained an extraordinarily powerful desolate era divine ability. At the same time, the desolate poison corpse energy in his body had actually evolved into the netherworld corpse fire. Amidst the grayish-black color, there was a pale green color. It covered the sky and earth in a radius of 10,000 meters. It looked extremely frightening, but Yuanzhua was completely unscathed. As for the figure in the middle, it was naturally Tuoba Linfeng. What he obtained was a primordial devil cultivation technique called the demonic transformation art. This primordial devil cultivation technique obviously had an extraordinary origin and was of a very high grade. Even if it couldn't compare to the void cauldron that Yi Xian cultivated, it wouldn't be too far off. It should have been left behind by a supreme being from the primordial era who was second only to the primordial void tortoise. It was precisely because he had obtained the demonic transformation technique that Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful of the 4 zombie kings. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings came together, and Gong Yangji and Yuanzhua were clearly following his lead. In addition to the demonic transformation technique, Tuoba Linfeng had also obtained another incomplete technique called the demonic flame space flash. Once it was used, the poison corpse energy would condense into form and launch a lightning-fast attack. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit energy. Could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. At this moment, there was clearly a 300-meter-long demonic blade that was like a mountain hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was gray with blood-green patterns, and it was incomparably evil. Yi Xian only glanced at it, and he already felt a bit of fear. A very strong intuition told him that this blood-green demonic blade was very strange. It might be able to leave a cut on his combat armor with just 1 slash. It seems that Huang Fuzhua is the weakest of the 4. I really don't know if I should rejoice or feel pity. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was obvious that the 3 zombie kings in front of them were all extremely powerful. Even the weakest among them, Yuanzhua, emitted an aura that was slightly stronger than Huang Fuzhua, who was cut down by Yi Xian. There was no need to mention the other 2. The zombie army had already reached a small stage. 3 zombie kings, millions of zombie soldiers. It could be said that the zombie flames were monstrous. If he could choose again, Yi Xian would rather choose the strongest of the 4 great zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, as if he was lucky enough to randomly choose an opponent. Although he was strong, Yi Xian believed that if he used all his strength, he should have a chance to cut him down. It was just that it might take a little longer. If he killed the strongest first, even if the weaker ones joined forces, the pressure wouldn't be too great. But now it was different. The three zombie kings were coming together. Unless Yi Xian used the Rai seal or the fallen skybow, he would have no chance. However, if he did, his true identity would be exposed instantly. The thunder source bead and the fallen skybow had been used in front of others before. They had long become Prince Xian's golden signboards. If I were to fight 1 against 3, I would have to at least break through to the origin realm to have a chance. Even then, it would only be half of the time, because the other side is also growing, and the speed is not slow at all. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately extinguished the restless fighting spirit in his heart. He waved his hand and put the withered demon blood blade into his body. He turned around and turned into a dark purple light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3277. Doomsday Catastrophe. Yi Xian's sudden departure made Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua furious. The three zombie kings roared for half a day before stopping. The entire outer city was on the verge of collapsing. After a fruitless search, the three zombie kings quickly gathered all the zombies in the universe and formed an army of 1 million. In a short 2 to 4 hours, they completely controlled the entire outer city. When the sky was bright, the outer city had been completely turned into a land of death. The total number of the zombie army was more than 5 million. The black mass of soldiers gathered from all directions and surrounded the edge of the inner city. As long as Tuoba Linfeng gave the order, they would rush into the inner city and occupy the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace. This scene was too despairing. Originally, there were still a few powerful imperial guards stationed in the inner city's Emperor Palace. They harbored a faint hope of guarding this place. If the zombie army didn't attack the inner city, they would have stayed behind to guard the Emperor Palace and wait for the Emperor to kill his way in from the Heaven Battle Planet and restore the land. But now, with the millions of troops of the universe's zombie army pressuring the border, they could launch a general attack at any time and invade the inner palace. These powerful Imperial Guard legions were completely desperate. They no longer struggled and boarded the ships to retreat. An hour later, the last 3-star fortresses in the Imperial Palace in the inner city finally rose into the air and disappeared into the atmosphere. At this point, the inner city was completely empty. The Imperial Palace was abandoned. The Heaven Battle Emperor Palace had completely fallen. Screech! Screech! After a short while, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, the three zombie kings suddenly let out a screech. Their bodies rose into the air and rushed into the inner city, heading straight for the Imperial Palace. The roar was like a war horn, and it seemed to have some kind of unknown power. The countless universe zombies on the ground below were originally quiet, but with the roar of the Zombie King, all the universe zombies were almost instantly excited. The roar of the zombies rose one after another, and the entire zombie army was like a raging wave. In the blink of an eye, they rushed toward the inner city, rolling and rolling before dawn. All the other cities in the Heaven Battle Planet had received the news and started an emergency evacuation. Even when the Heaven War Imperial capital had completely fallen, there were still a large number of different models of battleships taking to the skies. It was extremely busy and chaotic. After all, this was one of the 3 great imperial capitals under the Emperor dynasty. There were countless cities on the Heaven Battle Planet, both on land and in the sea. The population was in the hundreds of billions. It was obviously impossible to evacuate everyone in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was still a large amount of resources that needed to be taken away, which would take time. Fortunately, after the zombie army took full control of the imperial capital, they did not immediately set off to attack the other cities. Instead, they began to take a short break, which made countless human experts and imperial citizens who were still in the city feel relieved. However, the speed of evacuation was even faster. This was because everyone knew that they didn't have much time left. Very soon, a terrifying zombie army would emerge from the imperial capital and charge towards the various cities of the Heaven Battle Planet. Yi Xian didn't know any of this. At this moment, he had already reached the depths of the imperial capital's inner city and was preparing to break through to the next realm and increase his strength. After escaping from the outer city, Yi Xian didn't go too far. Instead, he went underground from the outer city and returned to the inner city. Only then did he lay in ambush. It was said that the most dangerous place was the safest. Yi Xian was worried that he would be ambushed while he was cultivating, so he had to be on guard. Other than that, there was another reason why he decided to lay in ambush. Once he broke through to the origin realm, he would be able to make a move at any time. He might even have the chance to sneak in and kill the 3 zombie kings when they were separated. Staying here would allow him to observe from a close distance. He had a secret spiritual technique that perfectly concealed his aura, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After confirming that everything was in order, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately took out a large amount of star core sources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system. He then gave the order to absorb the star core sources at full speed. His void dimension technique was still stuck at level 1 black hole realm. His knowledge C, which represented his cultivation power, had stopped expanding during this period. However, his physical body and blood energy had broken through to level 7 black hole realm after the battle with Huang Fuzhua. Right now, Yi Xian wanted to improve his physical body in terms of blood energy. The only benefit of the path of physical evolution was that every time he consumed a bottle of genetic cultivation fluid, he would successfully break through to a new realm. In that case, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in the subsequent realms after that realm. All he needed to do was to absorb all kinds of energy and natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. As his physical body improved step by step, when his blood energy reached a certain level, breaking through to the next realm would be as easy as water flowing through a canal. Of course, there was a limit to how fast a normal starry sky expert could absorb energy. Therefore, even if there was no bottleneck, it was still very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. For a freak like Yi Xian, who not only had the devouring system to absorb the energy from the star core, but also had all kinds of natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. Even in the entire immortal dynasty, how many of such freaks could one find? Apart from the star core, Yi Xian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to guarantee his safety. At the same time, he took out a large amount of natural treasures from the undying world that he had collected in the past. With Yi Xian's current level of physical evolution, these things wouldn't have any obvious effects on his physical body. However, there was a large amount of them. After refining the essence and swallowing them all, they would still be of some help. In order to break through to the origin realm as soon as possible, he was going all out this time. A day passed quickly, and the day turned into night once again. Yi Xian, who was deep underground in the imperial capital, was still cultivating and had not finished. At this time, as night fell, the zombie army in the Heavenly War imperial capital finally rushed out of the imperial capital under the leadership of the 3 zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yongzhi, and Yuan Zhua. Millions of zombies in the universe were like locusts pressing in, charging towards the largest city. The real bloodbath had begun. This apocalyptic calamity that engulfed the entire heaven battle planet had finally begun. After the terrifying calamity that happened in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital erupted that night, it was immediately transmitted through the Empire's second-level star network at the fastest speed. The 3 universes were shaken. The myriad Luo Federation was in an uproar. The humans of the 3rd universe were even more alarmed, especially in the territory of the Heavenly War Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the dynasty. The reaction of the countless large and small countries under the rule of the empire was even more intense. The imperial capital had fallen overnight, and even the stars had begun to evacuate. What kind of terrifying catastrophe was this? These large and small countries were all quite a distance away from the imperial capital, the heavenly battle planet. Even the closest administrative planet was not adjacent to the imperial capital. But even so, all the experts within the Heavenly Battle Empire's territory, especially the ordinary citizens, did not have the slightest sense of security. A small portion of the Empire's territory was trembling, and everyone was in a state of panic. Chapter 3278. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind foreshadows the coming storm. The human race in the 3rd universe had been experiencing troubled times recently. Unexpected and huge changes had occurred one after another. Not only had it affected the third universe where the human race was located, but it had also affected the Wanluo Federation, including many federal races in the second universe. Furthermore, it had triggered many subtle chain changes. The human race and even the entire Wanluo Federation were in an unstable situation. The Tianji race, the overlord of the first universe, obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. Although they had remained silent and hadn't made any moves, it was precisely because of this that people felt uneasy. This time, the three universes were most likely affected. It was highly likely that there would be even more changes in the future. Countless experts in the three universes felt their hearts sink. They could vaguely feel that a storm was coming. The crisis caused by the Death Starfield not long ago had yet to be resolved. The various races in the second universe's federation were still continuously pressuring the Wanluo Federation headquarters. The situation was already tense enough. However, at this time, one of the three empires under the human race's technology faction, the Heavenly Battle Empire, suddenly released such shocking news. In just one night, the imperial capital had fallen, and the Emperor planet had been abandoned. This was definitely a super huge earthquake in the universe. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Death Starfield crisis. The entire Federation was shaken to the core, and it took a long time for them to regain their senses. The day after the shocking change on the Heavenly Battle planet, the Heavenly Battle Empire submitted a serious protest to the Federation headquarters. Of course, it was submitted through the Immortal Dynasty. As one of the three empires under the dynasty, the Heavenly Battle Empire didn't have the qualifications to directly negotiate with the Federation headquarters. When this protest was submitted, the Emperor planet's fleet that had evacuated from the Heavenly Battle planet was still sailing in the vast universe. There were countless densely packed ships. The large ones were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the small ones were planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters, and even small private battleships with a length of several hundred meters could be seen everywhere. The incomparably large battleships formed a terrifyingly large fleet. There were at least tens of thousands of them, covering a large area of the void. They were rushing towards the capital of a large country called the Heavenly Chun Nation, Heavenly Chun Planet. Since the Heaven Battle planet was no more, they could not just keep wandering in the void of the universe. The Empire's officials were temporarily stationed on the Heaven Battle planet. All of the Empire's officials, soldiers, and members of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were all settled down. Arrangements had also been made for some of the top experts and top-notch clans on the Heaven Battle planet. As for the ordinary citizens of the Empire and the bottom-level Starry Sky Masters, they were divided into more than a dozen teams and headed to other administrative planets. Although Tianjin planet was the capital of a large country under the rule of the Empire, no matter how big it was, it would not be able to accommodate all the refugees that had escaped from Tianjin planet. If all of them were to go there, it would definitely explode. Previously, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation had pressured the headquarters of the Federation to launch an attack on the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Human Clan's cultivation camp. And this time, the protest and statement submitted by the Immortal Dynasty to the headquarters of the Federation was from the Human Race's Science and Technology camp. They were putting pressure on the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. The culprit that caused the fall of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital and the abandonment of the entire Heaven Battle planet was the Een Demon clan from the Second Universe. The evidence of this matter was conclusive. A few days before the second zombie crisis broke out in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, the Empire's officials had already thoroughly investigated. A large number of Een Demon clan experts from the Second Universe had mixed in with a Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet and infiltrated the third universe of the human race. After arriving at the Heaven Battle Starfield, they had caused chaos on the same day and followed the prodigies of the 16 top-notch clans into a secret realm. In the end, not only did the Een Demon clan snatch away the Medicine King's inheritance, which was of great strategic importance to the human race's science and technology camp, they also killed more than 10 prodigies and heirs of the top-notch clans. Before they escaped, they even released an extremely terrifying poison. After a few days of dormancy, the entire Heaven Battle Empire's capital fell into enemy hands in just one night. The Emperor planet was also abandoned because of this. The loss of the human race's science and technology camp was simply too great to be estimated. It was too shocking. But all of this shouldn't have happened. Outside the wormhole connecting the second universe to the first universe of the human race, there had always been an army of the Federation guarding it. Almost all of them were experts chosen by the Federation of the second universe. With this army guarding the entrance of the wormhole, how could the Demon clan, who wasn't a Federation race, enter? Moreover, they had mixed in with the Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet to come to the first universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was one of the races in the second universe that had joined the Wanluo Federation. This race had an unshirkable responsibility for the huge change and heavy loss of the human race's science and technology camp this time. Even all the other races of the Federation in the second universe couldn't escape the blame. The Immortal Dynasty was extremely suspicious that the Barbarian Bull clan had secretly colluded with the Demon clan. There might be more than one such race in the second universe of the Federation. This was too shocking. It was simply unimaginable. The reason why the Immortal Dynasty submitted the protest and statement of accountability was to put pressure on the Federation's headquarters to thoroughly investigate all the races of the Federation in the second universe and carry out a great purge. As soon as the news and content of the protest was revealed, the two universes were instantly in an uproar. Needless to say, the races of the Federation in the second universe had all kinds of reactions. Some were cursing, some were defending, and some were even mocking. In some places that weren't considered public, there were even clamors for opening the door. As for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, their reactions were even more intense. Especially the Immortal Dynasty in the science and technology camp, they were simply enraged. A terrifying crisis was right next to them, so naturally, they were incomparably sympathetic. Without a doubt, with such a disturbance, the internal conflicts of the Wanluo Federation became even more intense. The situation was so urgent that it was suffocating. Whether it was the third universe of the human race or the second universe of the Federation, all showed signs of unrest. Everyone was in danger. A supreme catastrophe that was very likely to sweep across the three universes seemed to be coming soon. At this time, from the Tenju Celestial Palace in the human cultivation camp, another piece of shocking news unexpectedly came. Immediately after, the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the three empires of the human race's science and technology camp, unexpectedly sent out a similar message, which once again shook the entire Federation. Countless experts and Federation citizens were completely at a loss. Was the era of peace coming to an end, and the era of continuous war in the starfield was coming again? And this time, the outbreak of war was very likely not only to start between the Wanluo Federation and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, but also to start between the human race in the first universe and the races of the Federation in the second universe within the Federation. Even the possibility of a war between the two camps of the human race in the first universe couldn't be completely ruled out. The fuse of the civil strife of the human race had clearly shown itself. Chapter 3279. Hateful Zither playing which dust. There were two pieces of news from the cultivation camp, both of which were related to Yixian. The first piece of news was that the undying dark phoenix that had been awakened in the depths of the ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates had returned in vain after chasing after Yixian's devouring avatar. It had reached out with its claws and captured Zhao Lingyang. The only daughter of the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, had finally reappeared. However, the key to this news wasn't the undead dark phoenix. It had only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing again. Its purpose seemed to be only to show its face and announce to the outside world that Zhao Lingyang had a deep relationship with it, and that she was under its protection. That's right, the real focus of this news was Zhao Lingyang. After losing contact for a period of time, she had reappeared and even stole the limelight of the undying dark phoenix. At that time, she was clearly standing on the back of the undying dark phoenix, flying from a remote star field in the 10 absolute heavenly palace. The undying dark phoenix brought Zhao Lingyang around the star field and visited several planets occupied by various small forces and sections. Countless powerful cultivators saw them. Then it put Zhao Lingyang down and turned back alone. Without a doubt, after the undying dark phoenix left, Zhao Lingyang immediately became the target of countless experts. Some people were shocked to discover that her cultivation had actually risen by a terrifying amount in a short period of time. Previously, when the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates changed, her cultivation base had already experienced an astonishing leap. Originally, her cultivation base was only at the origin 7th level, but after falling into the demonic dust that day, it had strangely skyrocketed, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven's 7th level. Right now, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation had risen from the 9th level of the Grotto Heaven realm to the 10th level of the Mystic Light realm, the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm. With just one more breakthrough, he would be able to enter the 11th realm of the Starry Sky and step into the ranks of the Supreme Void Masters in one fell swoop. Besides that, Zhao Lingyang's disappearance this time seemed to be due to other fortuitous encounters. Not only did her cultivation soar to a terrifying level, when she reappeared, there was a beautiful and ancient jade zither in her hand. According to Zhao Lingyang herself, this zither was called Hateful End. Its sound could control one's soul, control one's joy and sorrow, and create endless illusions at the soul level. Its origin was even more extraordinary. It was rumored to be an item from the primordial era, a supreme musical treasure refined by a certain supreme being from the primordial era using the 9 heavens spiritual jade and the silk of the heavenly demonic silkworm. Even the entire body of the zither was actually carved from a piece of fallen phoenix tree that came from the 9th netherworld prison. Of course, what resided on this piece of fallen phoenix tree was not an ordinary phoenix, but the undying dark phoenix of the 9th netherworld prison. However, there was no way of knowing whether or not it was the same one that had appeared in the human cultivator camp. Although the main material of this zither came from the 9th netherworld prison, its surface was suffused with a gentle white light. Its sound could make people feel peaceful, and it had the mysterious power to control the hearts of all things. It was originally a mascot. Unfortunately, the person who refined this zither was bewitched by the heavenly demon in his heart and fell into the demonic path. He called himself the Zither Demon, and this was how the name Hateful End came about. All of this was information that was spread later. On that day, Zhao Lingyang suddenly appeared and did not say much to anyone. She was dressed in black and had white hair, and her demonic aura soared into the sky. She only left behind a sentence, saying that she would establish a sect and establish a sect. The sect would be called Li Hen Palace, and she would be the palace master, calling herself the Demon Dust Woman. These words immediately shocked everyone present, and countless experts exclaimed in shock. Some of the disciples of the Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the experts of other small sects who wanted to curry favor with the overlord of the cultivators, started to make trouble. They said that Zhao Lingyang was treacherous, betraying the Tenju Heavenly Palace and establishing her own sect. She even abandoned her name and called herself the Demon Dust Woman. She was really unfilial and disloyal, and they wanted to capture her and send her to Tianju Palace to be dealt with. The battle started instantly, and Zhao Lingyang did not even have the intention to explain. Facing dozens of experts of various sects who were not much weaker than her, or even stronger than her, she sat down cross-legged in the void with a cold snort. She took out the Hateful End zither and strummed it with her knees crossed. The scene that followed could be called a nightmare. Whether it was the dozens of experts who attacked or the crowd of Starry Sky Realm experts who were watching from afar, they were all suppressed by the demonic sound of the zither in an instant. Some of them were not injured, and they quietly woke up not long after. It was as if they had just taken a trip around the 9 Serenities Hell. Their whole body was weak, and their mind was injured. Some of the other experts were even worse. They were injured to varying degrees, and many of them were seriously injured. There were even a few who directly died. Under the terrifying illusion of the demonic sound of the zither, their divine souls were directly destroyed. When this matter spread to Tianju Palace, Tianqianzi was furious. He roared like thunder, but he did not show up. For some reason, he could not walk out of the void secret realm where Tianju Palace was located. Immediately after, before the Tenju Celestial Palace made a clear response to Zhao Lingyang's private establishment of a sect without informing them, a new unforeseen event occurred in the evening of the same day. This was the second important news from the Tenju Celestial Palace starfield, and it was related to Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. After leaving the ancestral land of the 6th Tenju Celestial Palace that collapsed that day, the devouring doppelganger had never appeared again. This time, it was almost as if he had made an agreement with Zhao Lingyang. When the former appeared in the morning, he immediately stopped lurking and appeared in the evening. What made people even more speechless was that, in this second news, Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger was also not the key. When his whereabouts were discovered, he was in a shocking battle with a young expert of the human race in a desolate universe void. After that, a large number of experts in the starry sky came after hearing the news. Even the large battleship of the Tenju Celestial Palace had arrived. The battle could not continue. In the end, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, the devouring doppelganger turned around and left hurriedly, escaping far away in the blink of an eye. However, the young expert who was in a great battle with the devouring doppelganger stayed behind and took the opportunity to announce in public that he would establish a sect from now on. The name of the sect would be Meteorite Magic Hall, and he would call himself the Hall Master, Fallen Demon Son. That's right, this young expert of the human race who called himself the Fallen Demon Son was the focus of the second important news. When he proudly announced the establishment of the Meteorite Magic Hall, all the experts of the cultivation camp who gathered around felt as if they were collectively struck by lightning. They were all stunned on the spot. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? In the morning, Zhao Lingyang had just appeared out of nowhere and announced the establishment of the Lihan Magic Hall. In just half a day's time, in the evening, a second person had jumped out immediately and called himself the Fallen Demon Son. He wanted to establish the Meteorite Magic Hall and establish a sect. This was really hard to accept. There were only a few cases of sects being established in the cultivation camp in the tens of thousands of years. Most of the experts didn't dare to do so even if they wanted to. But today, in just half a day, 2 new cultivation sects had appeared? All of this was simply more unrealistic than a dream. Chapter 3280. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Chi demon flag waving fallen demon child in earth-shattering battle suddenly broke out. The young human powerhouse, who was also at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm level 9, only stayed for 5 or 6 minutes. However, the void battlefield was in chaos. A large number of Starry Sky Masters of the cultivation camp were either injured or killed. Before the fallen Devil Prince left, he just took out the ancient beast flag and waved it at them a few times. However, the seemingly casual wave of the flag actually unleashed a gigantic phantom of a primordial demon god. It had a crimson body and horns, and it was incredibly terrifying. All of the Starry Sky powerhouses standing in a small area of space were instantly suppressed. After easily suppressing a large number of cultivators, the fallen demon child called back the ox-horn demon god, put away the beast flag, and immediately flew away. That night, the origin of the ancient beast flag was found out. Some rumors about the young human powerhouse who claimed to be the founder of the Fallen Magic Hall and the self-proclaimed fallen demon child also gradually spread. It was said that the powerful beast flag was called Chi Demon. It was indeed an ancient item that came from the desolate era. In ancient times, there was a powerful primordial ancestor spirit named Chiyu. He had the body of a human and the hooves of an ox. He had 4 eyes and 6 hands. He had a copper head and an iron forehead. His ears were like halberds. He had horns on his head. Even his voice could call the wind and summon the rain, toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, this Chiyu was violent in nature and loved to fight. His killing intent was very strong. Later, he was called an ancient demon god, and some people called him Chi Demon. The Chi Demon flag in the hands of the fallen demon child was related to him. It was said that the flag was made with Chi Yu's skin as the flag, and his bones as the flagpole. Once it was waved, there would immediately be red killing clouds surging on the flag. It was unpredictable. If it could be used to its fullest, it could even have the power to sweep the sky and earth. As for the supreme fallen devil child of the Magic Hall, this person had never appeared before, and no one knew his origin. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The 10 Ultimates' Heavenly Palace did their best to investigate, but they didn't find much. At present, they could confirm that this person had appeared in a certain star region in the cultivation camp a few years ago, and then disappeared completely. Who would have thought that when he reappeared a few years later, he would already be at the peak of the 9th stage of the Mystic Light Realm? He must have had some incredible fortuitous encounters. Within a single day, the human race's cultivation camp underwent a drastic change. Two young, monstrous heavens chosen appeared out of nowhere. They were absolutely stunning, causing countless heavens chosen of the same generation to sigh in regret. Such supreme grace was something they could only look up to. After the news spread out, the entire human race was shocked. Some people sighed. The science and technology faction had finally seen the hope of genetic evolution and seemed to be on the verge of a great rise. But it ended prematurely. The cultivation faction had just fallen into a whirlpool and seemed to be in a bad situation. But unexpectedly, two peerless geniuses appeared out of nowhere. This was clearly a sign of great prosperity. Indeed, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The various things that happened made people sigh inexplicably. However, before these emotional people could calm down, similar shocking news unexpectedly came from the territory of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. The news came from the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. The sources were two small countries under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire. Those two small countries were not eye-catching and were very ordinary. However, this time there was a huge surprise. The two small countries each had a peerless heavens chosen who was comparable to the demonic Dust Lady and the fallen demon sun. Moreover, the two of them also appeared in the distant void of the universe one after another as if they had agreed to meet in the same day. These two peerless heavens chosen of the human race's science and technology faction were also a man and a woman. They were also at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm. What was even more shocking was that they each had a terrifying ancient treasure in their hands. The reason why they suddenly appeared was actually the same as the demonic Dust Lady and the fallen demon sun. As soon as they appeared, they directly said that they wanted to establish a sect and proclaim themselves as sect masters. The sect that the young man in the Linghuan country founded was called the Free and Unfettered Pavilion, and he called himself the Pavilion Master, the Free and Unfettered Master. The ancient treasure that this person had in his hands was said to be called the Barrier Breaker Boots. It was said that it was owned by the ancestor Kwafu in the primordial age. Legend had it that Kwafu relied on the power of this boots to chase the sun. It was really a rare divine treasure. With this boots, one could travel hundreds of millions of miles in a day and cross wormholes in the universe with one's physical body. Moreover, the words barrier breaker had another deeper meaning. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. It could face all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations without any pressure. The words seal and trap were just a joke in front of this treasure. The other person was a woman. She came from the Wuxia country under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and she called herself Fairy Wuxia. The sect that she founded was called the Jade Dragon Island, and it was located in the depths of a vast ocean in the Wuxia country. It was a mysterious island. Right now, with the appearance of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy Wuxia announced that the abandoned planet was privatized, and no experts from the outer space were allowed to enter it. Otherwise, it would be a life and death battle. In order to prove that she had the strength to sit on a planet, Fairy Wuxia took out a mysterious silver chain in front of everyone. It was called the Soul Entanglement Chain. The origin of this soul entanglement chain was also very shocking. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world, and it had existed since the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in ancient times, exploiting the energy of the chaos. Finally, it matured one day and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After the spirit beast died, it was buried in the south of the great desolate mountain. Its body turned into a chain, and 1,000 years later the great desolate mountain collapsed, and the chain appeared in the world. At that time there was a natural phenomenon, and it was a natural Taoist tool. It was said that if the full power of this chain could be displayed, even deities would have nowhere to hide. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Fairy Wuxia had demonstrated it in public before. When she casually tossed out the entangling soul, it instantly shone with a bright silver light and turned into a giant silver dragon shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Its ancient aura covered the sky and earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into two in the blink of an eye, as if it was cutting tofu with steel wires. This scene shocked everyone so much that they gasped. Even when Fairy Wuxia withdrew the soul entanglement chain and turned to leave, there were still many starry sky powerhouses who had cold sweat on their backs. This chain's entanglement power was already so terrifying. If it could be fully displayed, its power could be imagined. In a short 2 to 3 days, the two camps of the human race had blossomed one after another. The younger generation was peerless, and two monstrous geniuses had appeared out of nowhere. Not only was the human race of the third universe greatly shocked and unable to recover for a long time, even the various races of the Federation of the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, were stirred because of this. The chaos of the three great universes was imminent, but the human race suddenly erupted at such a time. For peerless geniuses that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years had appeared in succession. Thinking about it carefully, it was truly indescribable. Chapter 3281. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The great competition is coming in just 3 days. The entire third universe's human race was in turmoil, and the changes were too shocking. Although 4 of these peerless geniuses, who were said to only appear once every 10,000 years, appeared out of nowhere, they had not grown up yet. They were only at the 9th level of the mystic light realm. Normally, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be able to affect the so-called general trend. But now it was different. The situation in the 3 universes was tense, and a full-scale war could break out at any time. At this time, 4 peerless geniuses of the human race had suddenly appeared, and they had even fought to be the first to descend from the sky in just 3 days. There was something strange about this matter, and it was hard not to think about it. Perhaps once a full-scale war broke out, with the current cultivation level of these 4 peerless geniuses, they were far from being able to affect the general trend of the war. They would not be able to shake it at all. However, they had suddenly appeared at such a sensitive time. From a certain point of view, it was extremely likely that it was related to the destiny of this shocking battle. If there really was a heavenly Tao looking down on all living beings, then their appearance was undoubtedly a manifestation of the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Although this speculation was groundless, it could not help but make people think more about it. The situation in the 3 universes, which was originally extremely tense, instantly eased up. The overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, who was secretly ready to make a move, remained silent and did not have any obvious reaction. The various races of the Federation in the second universe were obviously much quieter. The higher-ups of the powerful races such as the Tianji clan, who had been following up and pressuring the headquarters of the Federation, were temporarily silent. They wanted to see how the situation would develop before making a move. Unfortunately, although the pressure from the outside world had temporarily eased, the situation in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, was still tense. It was even more serious, and the signs of impending chaos were more obvious. Although the 4 peerless geniuses who appeared this time belonged to the human race, they did not care about the 2 camps that controlled the general trend of the human race. The technology camp was better. Although Fairy Wuxia and Xiaoyaozi did not care about the dynasty, at least there was no conflict. However, the cultivation camp was not so comfortable. The fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman were more ruthless than the other. As soon as they appeared, they killed many starry sky masters of the cultivation camp. Except for some second-tier sects and forces, even the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp, was included. A total of more than a dozen disciples of the Heavenly Palace died. Furthermore, Witch Dust Maiden Zhao Lingyang was the princess of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. This was completely the rhythm of betraying the sect. No matter how good the tempers of the 10 ultimates' Heavenly Palace's higher-ups were, they still couldn't tolerate this. As a result, the cultivators were the first to fall into chaos. With the Tenju Celestial Palace as the leader, the experts from various sects formed an army and launched a comprehensive search for Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen Demon Sun. Of course, Yi Xian's devouring avatar was also one of the targets along the way, as well as the undying Dark Phoenix. A fierce battle quickly broke out. There were casualties on both sides. The Devil Dust Maiden, the fallen demon son, and the devouring avatar were all found on the same day. Facing the joint attack of many experts from the cultivation camp, although the three of them were slightly injured, they all escaped safely in the end. In this battle, the Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen demon son still had their demonic flames. But what was more shocking was Yi Xian's devouring avatar. At this time, the outside world suddenly realized that his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than the fallen demon son, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. There was also the 10th level of the grotto heaven between them. However, on the evening when the fallen demon son appeared 2 days ago, the two of them clearly fought for a long time in a remote galaxy. The devouring avatar, who was only at the 9th level of the origin realm, fought the fallen demon son, who was at the 9th level of the mystic light realm, alone and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. In the end, he even calmly escaped, as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. This was simply illogical, and it was hard to accept. The devouring avatar's true background was still a huge question mark. Whether it was the higher-ups of the cultivation camp or the technological camp, none of them could confirm whether it was Tian Chenzi's avatar or Prince Shen's avatar. Compared to the fallen demon son and the Devil Dust Maiden's demonic flames, the devouring avatar was more mysterious. Its entire body exuded a slippery aura, making it hard for others to see through. Because of this, some people boldly guessed that he must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how monstrous would it be to be able to fight against a 9th-level Mystic Light Realm cultivator without falling into a disadvantage when he was only at the 9th level of the Origin Realm? It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented, and it was rare to see such a person in hundreds of millions of years. In comparison, the speculation that the devouring avatar had hidden his cultivation was more reasonable and believable. At the very least, it was not hard to accept. Unfortunately, voices of doubt about this theory soon appeared. Although they could not be completely sure that the speculation was not true, they could basically overturn it. This was because on that day, the devouring avatar faced the joint attack of the various sects of the cultivation camp and fought to the death alone. He used all kinds of amazing divine abilities to the extreme, but even when he was seriously injured and almost died in the end, the combat power he displayed was still only at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If he was not lucky enough to escape, the final result would definitely be that he died at the hands of a certain almighty figure of the Tenju Celestial Palace. At such a critical moment of life and death, who would grit their teeth and continue to hide their cultivation? It could not stand up to scrutiny at all. After realizing this, the entire human race of the Third Universe was once again in an uproar. It turned out that the existence whose avatar they did not know was the real terrifying monstrous existence. With a gap of 2 realms, he was able to fight the fallen demon son without falling into a disadvantage. This was simply infuriating. The subsequent search efforts of the various sects of the cultivation camp increased substantially. The focus had shifted from the fallen demon son and the demon dust maiden to Yi Xian's devouring avatar, which became the main target, instantly completing the counterattack. In this regard, the immortal dynasty of the science camp did not have any reaction. Although the other party was certainly possible to be the Long Xian avatar of the dynasty, before this matter was confirmed, the dynasty would not break out into a conflict with the Tenju Celestial Palace at such a sensitive time for uncertain reasons. The chaos of the 3 universes was gradually appearing. The human race of the Third Universe must not have internal strife. Although the dissatisfaction and resentment of the 2 camps were very strong, they tacitly chose to restrain themselves. However, on the evening of the same day this news was spread by the cultivation camp, in the depths of the outer palace of the inner city of the Immortal Star Imperial Capital, the figures of the Imperial Preceptor D'Air and the Immortal Emperor appeared at the peak of the Imperial Preceptor Hall at the same time. They looked up at the night sky and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Even the Imperial Elders of the Imperial Preceptor Hall could not easily try to eavesdrop on the contents of their conversation. The Immortal Emperor was one thing, but the key was the Imperial Preceptor D'Air. Even they were extremely afraid of him. However, when the secret conversation ended and the Immortal Emperor turned to leave, the Imperial Preceptor D'Air suddenly laughed cheerfully. His voice was slightly louder and could be vaguely heard when the night wind blew. Ha ha ha. In addition to the rascal who was just chased away, in just 3 days, for more test seeds that have stepped onto the right track have appeared out of nowhere. The system seed source that was distributed back then could be said to be a huge amount. At least it was not wasted. Chapter 3282. Chapter 3282. Chapter 328 Origin on the other side. Half of the void of the third universe controlled by the self-cultivator camp fell into chaos because of the ongoing search. On the other side, the immortal dynasty territory of the human race wasn't peaceful either. The Heavenly War Empire, one of the 3 empires under the rule of the dynasty, abandoned the entire imperial planet where the capital was located. In one night, the entire empire's government and high-ranking officials were displaced. This was a matter of great importance, so the dynasty naturally couldn't ignore it. 5 days had passed, and the army that had departed from the imperial capital Heaven Battle Planet had basically all arrived at the administrative planets where they had temporarily settled down. The 2 fleets from the imperial capital Immortal Star were also on their way and would arrive in a few days. The reason why there were 2 fleets was because the Federation's Overwatch Council was also alarmed this time. In addition to the immortal army sent by the dynasty, the Wan Luo Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet also mobilized a large-scale fleet on the same day. After all, the sudden appearance of such a terrifying zombie poison in the human territory was no small matter. If something went wrong, it would affect the entire third universe and even spread to the wormhole second universe. How could the Federation's Overwatch Council just sit and watch? Although the fleet was still on the way and hadn't arrived yet, as the news spread from the dynasty's main network on the immortal planet, the large and small countries and countless people in the Heavenly War Empire's vast starfield were finally comforted and didn't feel so uneasy anymore. Immediately, the Heavenly War Emperor, who had safely arrived at the Heavenly War Empire's capital, immediately issued an imperial order. The entire Heavenly War Empire's vassal countries under its rule were under full martial law from this moment onwards. All battleships and armaments were activated. The battle to reclaim the imperial planet was about to begin. In addition to this, there was also a military fleet that was responsible for monitoring the front lines that departed from the Heavenly War Planet in the evening and headed towards the Heavenly War Planet. After arriving, this fleet would be stationed in the Heavenly War Starfield and investigate the changes in the Imperial Planet 24/7. At the same time, in the interior of the Heavenly War Planet, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gongyang Ji, and Yuan Zhua, the 3 great zombie kings, led the entire universe's zombie army from the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, sweeping through everything in their path. In the past 5 days, they had already swept through half of the Heaven Battle Planet's interior, trampling over almost 1,000 cities of the Heaven Battle Planet. At this point, the entire zombie army had reached a small success. The number of zombies in the universe was like a rolling snowball, reaching a terrifying number of tens of millions. However, all of this was far from over. More than half of the Emperor Star's territory had yet to be swept away. There were still some imperial citizens and star warriors lingering in these cities. In the eyes of Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings, these humans were the fresh blood of the zombie army. They were precious and could not be let go of so easily. In these 5 days, Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings' strength had increased to a certain extent. They had all made breakthroughs from the 9th realm late-stage origin to the 10th realm early-stage grotto heaven. Among them, Tuoba Linfeng was at level 3 grotto heaven, Gongyang Ji was at level 2 grotto heaven, and Yuan Zhua was the weakest, but he had also reached level 1 grotto heaven. Other than that, the entire zombie army had also undergone huge changes. The evolution of the universe's zombies seemed to be on the fast track. Every day, there would be a large number of universe's zombies undergoing a second or even third evolution. There were also all kinds of new abilities that appeared. The power system of the universe's zombies was slowly taking shape. Among them, there were even some stronger zombies that gradually gained the ability to think. This was clearly a sign that a new consciousness was sprouting, and there would be a time when they would once again give birth to sentience. Regarding all of this, Yi Xian was completely oblivious. 5 days had passed, and he was still quietly hibernating in the depths of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, cultivating in seclusion. However, it was clear that he was nearing the end. The devouring system's speed of absorbing the star core's energy was extremely extraordinary. As early as 2 days ago, it had already consumed all of the star core's energy provided by Yi Xian. The reason why he hadn't finished his seclusion was only because the subsequent refinement had delayed the progress. The massive amount of star core's energy was continuously being poured into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. In addition to the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had previously refined, these two types of energy gathered together and continuously tempered and strengthened every single cell of Yi Xian's body. Every minute, every second, Yi Xian's body's vitality was slowly and endlessly rising. The meridians and organs in his body were undergoing earth-shaking changes. Faintly, they were blooming with a faint, auspicious brilliance, triggering a resonance with his body. From time to time, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. If it wasn't for the fact that he had activated the star core in his brain to perfectly activate the secret spiritual technique and instructed the devouring system to maintain it for him, once the roars of dragons and tigers and the rumbling of his vitality were heard, it would be useless even if he was hibernating in the depths of the earth vein. He would most likely be exposed. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. All of the star core's energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been poured into Yi Xian's body were finally exhausted, leaving nothing behind. In the next instant, a stream of blood-red liquid was poured into Yi Xian's body at the right time and instantly spread out, turning into a scorching energy river that surged like a roaring mountain torrent. It violently flushed and stimulated every single cell of Yi Xian's body, both inside and outside. This was the extremely rare level 9 gene cultivation fluid that the experts of the human race's science and technology faction couldn't get their hands on even if they wanted to. It was suitable for experts who had reached the peak of level 9 black hole. It was used to break through the shackles of the physical body and sever the bloodline gene chains, thereby allowing them to step into the starting point in one fell swoop. Yi Xian had already prepared this level 9 liquid before he went into seclusion and threw it to the devouring system. He also instructed the system to immediately inject the level 9 liquid into the system if his body's vital energy and blood had already reached the 9th level of the black hole by the time his cultivation ended. At this moment, as the terrifying energy contained in the level 9 gene cultivation fluid instantly spread throughout his body, Yi Xian's entire body was completely tense. Although this method of breaking through the shackles of the physical body cells and severing the bloodline gene chains was direct and effective, it was too violent. His entire body seemed to have completely collapsed in an instant. Even the first cell was rioting, which was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, it didn't take long. In less than an hour, everything was over. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been meditating like an old monk for 6 whole days, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from the bottom of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after that, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm. Level 8 Black Hole Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm. Level 1 Origin Realm. The system notification rang 3 times in a row. Each time it rang, it represented a small breakthrough, which meant that Yi Xian's physical body's vitality had increased tremendously. Chapter 3283. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The opportunity of the immortal star brain. Yi Xian lowered his head and glanced at the layer of black scabs covering the surface of his body. Even he found it a little unbelievable. It would be fine if this situation happened in the early stage of body tempering, but now that he had already reached the black hole realm, the evolution of his body was definitely not low, and yet he was still able to force out so many filthy impurities from his body. It was enough to show how terrifying the transformation of his body after this tempering was. This was definitely the rhythm of risking his life. Today, Yi Xian felt like he had been reborn. His entire body was shining brightly, and it was clear that his body was close to perfection, as if he was about to reach the legendary innate saint body that was untainted by filth. He even suspected that there was an ancient divine dragon hibernating in his body. His body's qi and blood were surging like a roaring river. Although Yi Xian had only broken through 3 small levels in terms of his physical body's qi and blood realm, the increase in his overall combat strength was far from that simple. The reason was very simple. With the improvement of his qi and blood realm, the various bloodlines in his body, such as the ancient demonic dragon, had also been integrated into his body. In this case, the power of his various bloodlines, such as the demonic dragon's roar and the demonic soul pupil, would naturally increase along with it. In addition, with the great improvement of his cultivation, Yi Xian's Rai Di Seal, Shenong Cauldron, and other treasures would also be activated more powerful, including the battle weapon Withered Demon Blood Blade and the battle armor Indestructible Glass Armor. After all, they were quasi-starry sky grade treasures, and had the unique attribute of self-growth. His black hole realm cultivation was still far from being able to activate their power to the extreme. However, although Yi Xian had broken through 3 small realms, and his qi and blood realm had broken through to the 9th great realm, the origin 1st grade, his chances of killing the 3 zombie kings, including Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, were still not high without using the Rai Di Seal and other supreme treasures and bloodline abilities such as the Fallen Skybow. Putting aside the few precious treasures and the most powerful bloodline ability, although he still had many powerful methods, so that his overall combat strength was far beyond his cultivation level, he was basically unafraid of those in the same realm. In a one-on-one battle, he could sweep through them. Even if it was 1 against 3, he still had the possibility of winning. Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings were already at the late stage of the origin realm. Now that 6 days had passed, and with the rapid mutation and evolution speed of the universe zombies, it was very likely that the 3 of them had broken through the origin realm and stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, with Yi Xian's abnormal combat strength, he would not be afraid of fighting across realms. However, there were clearly 3 opponents this time, and they were extremely cautious, so it was unlikely that they would be separated easily. If the 3 of them had already stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian would have no chance of winning against 3 opponents across realms. Right now, I can only try my luck and wait for one of them to be separated before I make my move. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt depressed and sighed faintly. Besides, I have to deal with the issue of the level 10 liquid immediately. Now that I have stepped into the origin 1st grade, if I still don't find the level 10 liquid when I reach the origin 9th grade, I will face the dilemma of having my path cut off again. If there is no other way, I will have to make a trip to the Tuoba family. After making the decision, Yi Xian left the depths of the ley lines and quietly returned to the surface. The mental power of the source nucleus in his brain continued to be supplied, maintaining the perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique and concealing all auras. However, he soon found that this was completely unnecessary. The entire inner city of the imperial capital was lifeless. Not only were there no living people, but there were also no universe zombies. What entered his eyes was a scene of ruins and broken tiles, and the ground was full of broken limbs and rotten flesh. It was obvious that the zombie army had left. Just as Yi Xian was stunned by the unexpected disappearance of the zombie army, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered a high-level starry sky superbrain. It is mature and can be devoured. Do you want to capture it immediately? High-level, mature starry sky superbrain? Could it be the intelligence center of the Heavenly War Empire's level 2-star network? The surprise came too quickly. Yi Xian was shocked on the spot, and then he was ecstatic. The depression he had before was swept away in an instant. There were only 3 level 2-star networks under the command of the entire Undying Dynasty, and they were located in the imperial capital of the 3 great empires. Normally, Yi Xian wouldn't have had the opportunity to get close to them and covet them. He hadn't expected to encounter such a good thing today. A meat pie had fallen from the sky and landed directly on his head. Starry sky superbrains were extremely rare, and high-level ones were even rarer. Apart from the 3 starry sky superbrains that maintained the operation of the level 2-star networks in the 3 great empires, there were definitely no more than 2 starry sky superbrains in the entire Undying Dynasty. Although there was a starry sky superbrain in the countless administrative planets of the big and small countries below the 3 great empires that acted as the intelligence center of the star network, They were basically all normal-grade starry sky superbrains of different grades, and there were very few mature starry sky superbrains. Unfortunately, the chances of a starry sky superbrain evolving were very slim. A mature, normal-grade starry sky superbrain might not become a mature starry sky superbrain even after tens of thousands of years. It was even less of an extravagant hope for a starry sky superbrain to evolve. Therefore, any high-level starry sky superbrain was something that one could only come across by chance, and was extremely precious. Starry sky superbrains could devour each other to accelerate their own evolution. However, for the immortal starry sky superbrain in Yi Xian's possession that had just entered the maturation stage, immortal starry sky superbrain avoided it like the plague. It couldn't devour normal-grade starry sky superbrains even if it wanted to. Only a high-level, mature starry sky superbrain like this was absolutely a great supplement. If he didn't devour it, he would regret it for life. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the system to activate the devouring ability and capture it with all his might. Of course, he could actually search for it himself. After all, the entire imperial capital's inner city was empty. It wouldn't matter what he did. However, that was the center of the Heavenly Battle Empire's Level 2-star network, after all. It was impossible for it not to have any defenses, especially when the entire imperial capital was empty except for this high-level starry sky superbrain that was accidentally left behind. Now that time was of the essence. There was really no need to take this risk. Feeling slightly anxious, Yi Xian waited for less than a minute before the system notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a mature, high-level starry sky superbrain. Do you want to activate the devouring ability immediately? Success. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief and immediately gave an affirmative reply. He was even more excited now. Not long after, when this mature high-level starry sky superbrain's mass was completely digested, Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system would most likely be upgraded again. When that time came, its power would be even more powerful, and the chances of him finding the rest of the dimension void fragment technique would be greatly increased. It could be said that a slight change in one part could affect the situation as a whole. The significance of this was just too great. Rumble. Before Yi Xian could calm his surging emotions, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. A thunderous boom suddenly exploded in the sky above his head. The sound was terrifying. Chapter 3284. Disaster. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation in the vast space outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet. For fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters hovered silently in the void around the Heaven Battle Planet. The experts in the 4 fortresses were the last batch of Imperial Palace Guards that had retreated just before the Imperial capital's inner city fell. The reason why they stayed here was to monitor the situation of the Imperial capital's Heaven Battle Planet. This was an order given by Emperor Tian Battle himself. 6 days had passed, and the Heaven Battle Planet had not moved at all. Those space zombies had not even tried to attack the star defense array set up in the atmosphere and the surrounding void. The entire planet's defensive array had been fully activated for several days now. Before Emperor Heavenly Battle left, he had set the self-activation time and mode. Right now, the entire Heaven Battle Planet was like a giant planet cage. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Unless a sea of battleships bombarded the star defense array with thousands of cannons at the same time, the star defense array's countless void nodes would be completely exhausted. Or they could obtain the defense array token from Emperor Tian Battle. Of course, it was also possible to destroy the star brain of the Imperial Capital's Level 2-star network, which was located in one of the most important places in the Imperial Capital's inner city. Unfortunately, none of the above 3 methods were realistic. The defense array token had been taken away long ago, and the star brain was protected by powerful restrictions and was extremely secretive, so it was still safe. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Palace's Imperial Guards who were stationed in the 4 fortresses did not feel the slightest sense of crisis. The army from the Imperial Capital's Immortal Star would arrive soon. At that time, Imperial Emperor Tianzhan would also arrive. Presumably, it would not be long before the Imperial Star was restored. Unfortunately, the the unforeseen event still happened unexpectedly. Rumble, boom! In the void up ahead, the thick layer of atmosphere that enveloped the entire imperial star suddenly surged without any warning. Terrifying thunderous booms rang out continuously as countless specks of light flickered in and out of existence in the void around the imperial star, densely packed together. These motes of light were the foundation of the Heaven Battle Planet's defensive array formation. They were densely distributed throughout the imperial planet's atmosphere, and now they suddenly flickered. This was clearly a sign that there was a problem with the defensive array formation and that it was about to collapse. All the imperial palace guards in the 4 fortresses were dumbfounded by this scene. They were shocked to the point of despair, and exclamations of shock rang out one after another. Heavens, what happened? This is impossible. How could those damn universe zombies be so powerful? He was actually able to blast open the defensive formation from the inside. Report it immediately. Something big is going to happen. At the same time, in the atmosphere in the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, Yi Xian's heart was at a loss as he subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. Then, as a thought flashed through his mind, the shock that had just appeared on his face instantly turned into a sluggish expression. Disaster. It was a sign that the star defense array outside of the atmosphere was about to be completely paralyzed. And this was related to Yi Xian. He was the instigator. Previously, he was too excited and didn't think too much. He actually acted impulsively and directly swallowed the central star brain of the Heaven Battle Planet's Level 2 star network. With the central intelligent core gone, the Heaven Battle Planet's Level 2 star network was completely destroyed. How could the star defense array still function? Since the star defense array has been activated, it means that the universe zombie army hasn't left yet. The Empire's official purpose of activating the star defense array is to turn the Imperial planet into a cage. At least, it can cut off the possibility of the universe zombie army rushing out of the atmosphere and entering the universe for a short period of time. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His face was as gloomy as water, revealing a bit of annoyance. At this time, he realized that he had made a big mistake. If this caused the undying poison to spread to the void outside of the Heaven Battle Planet and eventually spread to the entire third universe, his sin would be too great. This matter concerned the survival of the entire human race, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Fortunately, there is still a chance to remedy this situation. As long as the 3 zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua are killed, the rest of the universe zombies won't be a threat no matter how many there are. After all, except for the 3 zombie kings, the rest of the zombies are infected with a poison that is not the original source. Whether it is the speed of evolution or the height that they can reach, it is destined that they will be extremely limited. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. He stepped into the shuttle, activated the concealment array, and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. With this unexpected situation, Yi Xian had no time to think about anything else. The only thing in his mind was to kill the 3 zombie kings as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they took the opportunity to slip away and escape from the Heaven Battle Planet, he would be powerless to chase after them in the boundless void of the universe. However, he still didn't plan to use the Rai Seal and the Fallen Skybow. At this moment, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle not only to find the target as soon as possible in this vast Heaven Battle continent. Once the target appeared, Yi Xian would immediately activate the battleship killing system obtained after the 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle. After the last fusion, Yi Xian's battle armors and battleships had all jumped to the quasi-starry sky level. He had tested the power of the battle armors and was extremely satisfied. Only the battleship Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system had not been activated yet. Today, he could use Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army to test its power. After an hour, another city appeared on the ground in front of him. Yi Xian had searched all the way and found more than 100 cities. Without exception, all of them had turned into purgatory demonic lands similar to the Heaven Battle Emperor's capital. At first, Yi Xian was furious, but now he seemed to be a little numb. But the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. After a while, As the Dongshu shuttle whistled over the city at a low altitude, Yi Xian immediately found something unusual. Although the scene in the city below was exactly the same as what he had seen before, the bloodstains on the ground were clearly different. They were not dry yet, which meant that the zombie army was in front of him and had finally appeared. Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he immediately issued an order to the system and immediately activated the battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle. It was fully charged and ready to be activated. Buzz buzz. The next moment, a faint trembling buzzing sound rang out. The Dongshu shuttle's concealment array was automatically removed, and the hull of the shuttle was revealed. Countless small light spots of different shapes flashed instantly, covering the entire surface of the hull, dazzling everyone. After the seventh fusion of the Dongshu shuttle, the Grand Five Elements Annihilation Array Disk had turned into a layer of obscure array patterns that covered the entire shuttle. Now, the array patterns engraved on every part of the Dongshu shuttle could be said to be incomparably complicated. Layer after layer, they were so densely packed that they made one dizzy when looking at them carefully. Chapter 3285. Five Elements Annihilation Hodgepodge. As the killing system of the Void Hole shuttle was fully activated and immediately began to store up energy at full capacity, Yi Xian's originally rather excited mood instantly surged. He had a burning anticipation for what he would soon witness with his own eyes. The Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation Disc was an offensive magical weapon in the form of a formation. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and talismans were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disc was very rare even in the cultivation camp, and high-grade ones were even rarer. Once this formation disc was activated, the power of the Annihilation Formation Disc would be able to overturn the heavens and earth in an instant. It could convert any energy into 5 types of annihilation lightning, and it could be divided and combined. If it was divided, it could penetrate the earth's crust and collapse mountains. If it was combined, it could bury an area and annihilate the void. The 5 types of annihilation lightning could be divided and combined in countless combinations, and each combination gave rise to a different power of pure annihilation lightning. It could be said that a slight move in one part could affect the whole body, and its power was unpredictable. Just thinking about the crushing power of this majestic killing formation made one unable to calm down. It would definitely be a spectacular sight, and Yi Xian could not wait any longer. Not long after, the shadow of the universe's zombie army finally appeared at the end of the ground in front of them. Yi Xian was shocked because there were just too many zombies. They were densely spread out, covering a large area of land. There were at least 10 million of them. What surprised him even more was that not only did the universe's zombie population increase rapidly, but their evolution speed was also extremely shocking. Yi Xian casually glanced around and saw that on the bodies of a large number of universe's zombies, there were clearly signs of evolution that did not belong to humans. Some grew scales, sharp horns, fleshy wings, and claws. There were also some that were developing into various types of ferocious beasts. There were even some zombies that were clearly in the process of becoming giant. In just a few days, they had already grown to a height of a zhang. If they were allowed to continue evolving, this type of zombie would most likely become a mountain-like giant or giant beast. As for Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, as the 3 supreme zombie kings of the entire zombie army, their evolution speed was obviously faster. Yi Xian saw the figures of these 3 guys at a glance. The other zombies were running on the ground, but they were flying at a low altitude above the army. In just a short 6 days, these 3 guys really broke through to the heavenly passage realm. The most powerful one, Tuoba Linfeng, had even entered the middle stage of the heavenly passage realm. This kind of strength improvement speed was too shocking, and even Yi Xian could not compare. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped his heart. Immediately activate the battleship's killing array. After the shock, Yi Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He sneered and ordered the devouring system to attack. Array mode. Close-range ceiling array-style killing array. Attack mode. Cover the entire area indiscriminately and kill. Accurately lock onto the target. The 3 zombie kings. The Dongshu shuttle's battleship's killing array was integrated with the Great Five Elements extermination array. There were two types of array mode: long-range shooting and killing mode and close-range sealing array-style killing mode. The former was suitable for long-range bombardment. The array glyphs engraved on the surface of the shuttle would not reveal a killing array. After the array glyphs transformed the 5 elements extermination array, it would shoot out in the form of cannons. The latter was different. It was suitable for close-range sealing array. After the array glyphs were activated, it would condense the 5 elements array base, which would cross the sky and seal off a large area of space. All the subsequent attacks would be launched in this sealed area. There were also two types of attack mode. No matter which array mode it was, it could launch indiscriminately and kill the entire area. Could also choose to lock onto the target and launch a precise attack. Could even do both. While it was launching indiscriminately and killing the entire area, it could focus on one or more targets and precisely lock onto the target. Yi Xian's choice was to launch indiscriminately and precisely lock onto the 3 zombie kings while launching an indiscriminately close-range sealing array-style killing the entire area. Wang. At this moment, following his order, the Dongshu shuttle, which had been flying at top speed all along, arrived at the sky above the zombie army. The 3 zombie kings, who were flying at a low altitude, were right below them. Right at this moment, along with a series of extreme buzzing sounds, the hull of the Dongshu shuttle suddenly shone brightly. Countless array glyphs representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were densely packed. They emitted a blazing light, and at an extremely fast speed, they shot out in all directions of the shuttle. Countless rune energy rays of different colors intertwined like shuttles, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of space was enveloped. It was as if a giant net of light energy had spread out in the sky, replacing the vault of heaven and earth. It was colorful and dazzling. Rumble! A terrifying roar soon exploded, and 5 energy light pillars of different colors condensed around the giant net of light energy. They each represented the power of the 5 elements, and they emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the entire area. Since then, a large area of land and space with a radius of 100 miles under the giant net of light energy was finally completely sealed off. Although there were still a large number of cosmic zombies that were blocked outside the killing array, it was no longer important. At least, none of the 3 zombie kings had escaped, and they were all trapped in the killing array. Immediately after, a magnificent slaughter finally began like a raging wildfire. Rumble! Boom! Kacha! At the edge of the killing array, the 5 energy light pillars of the 5 elements that towered in the sky like pillars of heaven instantly shone brightly. Streaks of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out continuously like a huge river, enveloping the sky and earth with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth, and crash down with a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the killing array within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. Not only did these killing energies have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, agile and drifting lightning bolts, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts with monstrous expressions. Their forms were different, and their attacking methods were naturally different. At this moment, they were pouring down from all directions at the same time, which was simply stunning. They simply didn't know how to deal with it. In the face of all this, the 3 zombie kings who were looking up from a low altitude were instantly dumbfounded. Their entire bodies were stunned. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number of attacks was so terrifying that it made one feel despair. It was simply unheard of. The 3 zombie kings' faces were full of sluggishness, and they suddenly felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. Boom! Screech! Rumble! Before they could react, the overwhelming mess that poured down had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions resounded endlessly, and the zombie army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, violent howls, and angry roars intertwined. Broken limbs, rotten flesh, blood, and venom flew everywhere. Chapter 3286. killing all together. The power of this array was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its name of extermination. Everything had just begun. Even Yi Xian, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, was not ready to seriously appreciate it. The killing on the ground below had already entered into a tragic mode like a raging fire. Facing all this, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. From the beginning of the array until now, it had only been a few breaths, but the power of this array had far exceeded his original expectations. He was so satisfied, it was simply a pleasant surprise. The only thing that was a little imperfect was that the various killing energy bodies roaring out from the 5 pillars were too heterogeneous. Their forms were really speechless. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, swords, spears, birds, beasts. In short, there were all kinds of things. Moreover, they were all mixed together and blasted out at the same time. The momentum was very strong, but the key was that it was too chaotic. It made people inexplicably think of a pot of boiling hot mess roaring out from the top. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings at low altitude below must have felt the same way. As the large area within 100 miles of the killing array completely exploded, broken limbs and rotten flesh splashed out endlessly. The 3 zombie kings who finally came back to their senses were instantly enraged. Each of them flew into a rage. The strongest one, Tuoba Linfeng, even opened his mouth and howled like a wolf. This was clearly the rhythm of being mad, close to the rhythm of a berserk. Roar! Screech! Oh! At the same time as roaring, the 3 zombie kings simultaneously urged the zombie energy in their body, unleashing their most powerful attacks. In an instant, their aura burst out, and an invisible tyrannical aura rushed out. Rumble! The inheritance of the second zombie king, Gong Yangji, was called the Ghost Refining Frenzy Technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could release zombie thunder and even zombie lightning with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. At this moment, under the rage, a dense grayish-black zombie instantly roared out from his body. This corpse fiend not only had a large amount of corpse lightning flashing incessantly within it, but it was also accompanied by a series of grayish-black corpse thunders, which covered a large area of 10,000 meters in circumference. With a furious roar, it leaped into the air and pounced toward the Dongshu shuttle high in the sky. Although Corpse Elder Third, Yuan Zhua, did not obtain the Desolate Era cultivation method and only had an incomplete bloodline ability, this demonic path ability was clearly extraordinary. At this moment, as he shot up into the sky with a mad howl, the majestic corpse energy in his body instantly transformed into a strange netherworld corpse flame. Amidst the grayish-black, there was a tinge of green that made Yuanzhua's face, which had already become hideous due to his corpse transformation, look like a demon from hell, extremely terrifying. The 2 little brothers had already made their move, but as the corpse boss, Tuoba Linfeng, fell behind. Only when Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua both soared into the air did he finally shut his mouth. No matter what, at least he was able to vent the resentment that was surging in his chest through his rotten throat by howling like a mad wolf. Xiao! Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his hand, and a faint light rushed out from between his eyebrows. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a mountain-like demonic blade that hovered endlessly above his head. Blood-green markings appeared on the gray body of the devil saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one looked at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging and surging towards them. This demonic blade was actually condensed from an incomplete divine ability called Demonic Flame Space Flash/. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the vitality, blood, and spirit of the opponent. Could be called a corpse secret technique. Amongst the 3 corpse kings, only Tuoba Linfeng's blood-green devil saber caused Yi Xian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that, in the primordial era countless years ago, The primordial era creature that left behind this bloodline ability really had a real devil saber in his hands. The demonic blade in front of him was already terrifying. Even Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous blade really had a real object, its demonic power was simply unimaginable. Ling Hu Ju, if I don't kill you today, I am not a man. Roar. Just as Yi Xian's clone was about to form an association when he saw the monstrous demonic blade, Tuoba Linfeng, who was on the ground, raised his head and roared angrily after summoning the blood-green demonic blade. Then, his body shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the air with the unparalleled blade that was circling endlessly. Can you be any more shameless? Seeing Tuoba Linfeng's incoherent expression, Yi Xian almost burst out laughing on the spot. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Although his figure didn't step out of the whole void shuttle, his voice was incomparably clear. With your current appearance, can you even be considered a person? Clearly, even ghosts would die again if they saw you. You'll be scared to death. Oh? Just as he finished speaking, the space below the ship seemed to respond. Once again, a mournful howl of a mad wolf sounded out. The corpse boss, Tuoba Linfeng, flew into a rage again. Because Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head and casually mocked him, it just so happened to hit the deepest thorn in his heart. This time, he was really going to go berserk from embarrassment. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. The reason why he ridiculed Tuoba Linfeng just now was to infuriate him. After all, this was a powerful corpse king at the 4th level of the Heavenly Passage realm. In his hand, there was even a supreme fierce blade that was slightly inferior to the quasi-starry sky treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Yi Xian wasn't sure if the 5 elements hodgepodge of the absolute annihilation killing formation would still be able to kill such an existence. He purposely messed up his mind in order to ensure that his killing move would be able to take advantage of his unprepared state of mind and kill him in one strike. The effect was obviously not bad. Yi Xian sneered, but he didn't continue to mock Tuoba Linfeng. He no longer paid attention to Tuoba Linfeng, took a deep breath, and issued a new attack command to the system. Cancel the full-range indiscriminate attack mode. Precisely lock onto the target. The 3 corpse kings. The killing array's energy conversion has entered a fully loaded state. Concentrate all the energy, divide it into 3, lock onto the target and kill with full force. Now! The last sentence Yi Xian was almost roaring out. The next moment, those 5 pillars hanging in the void like pillars of heaven suddenly dimmed without warning. Then, they immediately expanded, blooming with a blazing light that was far more intense than before. They turned into an incomparably solid energy light beam, and at the same time, shot into the sky above the killing array, converging into a huge energy light ball. It was like an incomparably blazing star hanging high in the void, blooming with endless 5-colored divine light. Chapter 3287. Demonic Reincarnation. Oh. Just as Yi Xian in the Dongshu shuttle sneered and issued an order to the system to change the attack mode of the Great Extermination Killing Array, the 3rd howl of a mad wolf sounded. Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful existence among the 3 zombie kings. His strength at the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm was indeed extraordinary. Although he was half a step later than Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua, at this moment he arrived first. His entire body transformed into a streak of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had left Gong Ruizhi and Yuan Zhua behind him. Taking the lead, he soared into the sky. He was now less than 10,000 meters away from the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the sky. Thinking that he could immediately blow down the small private battleship above, and then find the hateful people in the cabin and kill them at will, Tuoba Linfeng's murderous aura skyrocketed again. The rolling corpse flame was almost materialized. Could be said that the demonic flame was shocking. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. His face was filled with admiration. TSK, the corpse boss is indeed the corpse boss. Those who can be the leader are indeed different from the rest. Their explosive power is too shocking. I've never heard of anyone who dares to risk their lives like this before. That's right, in Yi Xian's view, Tuoba Linfeng, who suddenly exploded, was really just courting death, because at the same time he said these words, the 5 killing array pillars hanging in the void just happened to shine brightly, and in a flash the terrifying 5-colored light ball condensed in the central area above the killing array. All of this happened too quickly, too suddenly. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, the 5-colored ball of light in the central region had already appeared. At this time, the third howl of a mad wolf from Tuoba Linfeng had yet to end, so he had no way of reacting at all. Then, the 5-colored light ball suddenly exploded and divided into 3. In an instant, from the static suspension, it turned into 3 extremely fast-flowing arrows, with the momentum to destroy the heaven and earth, directly blasting down. In less than half an instant, the 3 corpse kings that were rushing over had already been bombarded from head to toe without any suspense. Boom! 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 3 terrifying explosions rang out almost at the same time, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A light curtain that was countless times brighter than the stars in the Ming dynasty suddenly burst out, sweeping across a distance of hundreds of miles, instantly enveloping the entire area sealed by the killing formation. At this moment, nothing could be seen. The only thing that could be seen was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored light. Even Yi Xian, who was in the high-altitude void dimension shuttle, subconsciously closed his eyes. It was too glaring. Even if he wasn't at the scene and was only looking at it through the holographic virtual screen, he still couldn't do it. Even the eyes of a starry sky powerhouse would not be able to resist this level of blazing light. Fortunately, this light screen suddenly leaked out, came suddenly and left even faster. When Yi Xian slightly closed his eyes and immediately opened them again, the dazzling light screen had already disappeared. As for the 3 corpse king brothers, they were most likely turned into ashes. Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and searched the surroundings several times, but found nothing. Not to mention the zombie kings. There wasn't even a single strand of corpse hair. On the vast land below that was trapped by the extermination killing formation, there were still a large number of cosmic zombies and broken limbs and rotten flesh, but now they were all gone. Although the blazing and terrifying screen of light only existed for a fleeting moment, and the time it existed was so short that it could be completely ignored, its might was too shocking. It was like the light of annihilation, and everything in an area of 50 kilometers was instantly obliterated. If it weren't for the killing formation runes on the surface of the void dimension shuttle flashing all the time, transmitting countless energy threads into a light net that maintained a synchronous connection with the 5 killing formation pillars hanging around the void, Yi Xian would have been in danger just now. This level of destructive light energy could probably even severely injure the 15th Realm Universe Master. No matter how high the grade of the Great 5 Elements Extermination Formation was, it was impossible for it to have such terrifying power. Although it was very likely that it was because the killing formation had completely sealed this void, the endless light energy couldn't be released and was limited to a limited space, resulting in such a terrifying power. But Yi Xian was still a little uneasy. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and put it aside for the time being. It's a pity that those 3 corpse cores were lost. This kind of thing can only be found but not sought, but it was wiped out together. After muttering a few words of regret, Yi Xian immediately removed the killing formation and turned off the Void Dimension Shuttle's onboard killing formation system. Then he drove the Void Dimension Shuttle into the sky, passing through the high atmosphere and entering the void outside. After adjusting his direction, he instantly left. Although there were still 2 to 3 million cosmic zombies outside the area sealed by the killing formation that had not been eliminated, he didn't have the heart to care about this matter. The 3 zombie kings had been wiped out, and those ordinary cosmic zombies couldn't cause much trouble. Later, there would be someone to clean up the mess. As for Yi Xian, at this moment he left in a hurry. His destination was Tianchun Planet, the capital of Tianchun Country. The configuration of the Level 10 liquid was imminent and couldn't be delayed any longer. Heaven Battle Planet, somewhere less than 10,000 miles away from where Yi Xian used the Great 5 Elements Extermination Formation to kill the zombie army. In a dark valley less than 10,000 miles away. Shoo! A faint sound of breaking air was clearly heard. Then, from the depths of this dark valley, a huge blood-green heavenly blade cut through the void. After rushing out of the valley, it quickly stopped in mid-air in the distance. This was clearly the supreme demonic blade that was hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. Although the killing power was obscure and the demonic flames were restrained, the aura was exactly the same. There was no mistake. The demonic rebirth technique is really extraordinary. I didn't expect this time to be a blessing in disguise. Using this technique, I took the opportunity to get rid of that disgusting flesh bag. Like a soldier being reborn, the level of life evolved again, and I achieved the demonic body in one fell swoop. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded, the 100-feet demonic blade hanging in midair suddenly squirmed and changed rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it had turned into a human with flesh and blood. It was Tuoba Linfeng. What was even stranger was that his appearance was restored to the appearance before being eroded by the undying indestructible poison. There was no trace of the universe's zombies left. This feeling is wonderful. It's not a body of flesh and blood, nor is it an energy form. It's also not the primordial spirit that humans cultivate. It's as if it doesn't belong to this world. It can change between flesh and blood, energy form, and human primordial spirit at will. Looking down at the newly formed body of flesh and blood, Tuoba Linfeng's words revealed a strong sense of joy. As he spoke, the body of flesh and blood that he was looking at changed again, instantly turning into an illusory primordial spirit state. In less than 10 breaths, Tuoba Linfeng's form of existence had turned between the 3 different states of energy form, flesh and blood form, and consciousness primordial spirit, completely confirming the guess in his heart. In a great mood, Tuoba Linfeng in the primordial spirit state raised his head and laughed wildly. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3288. Crownless Corpse Emperor Heaven Battle Planet. The vast hilly area where Yi Xian had activated the Dongshu shuttle's killing system and annihilated countless zombies. At this time, Yi Xian had been gone for half a day. The remaining 2 to 3 million zombies gradually recovered from their boundless fear and gathered one after another, quickly forming an army and continuing to advance into the distance. Tuoba Linfeng was mixed in with this leaderless zombie army, concealing his aura. Even his appearance had been deliberately changed. He looked no different from the densely packed ordinary universe zombies around him. The reason why he was able to survive this time was purely due to luck. Who would have thought that a human powerhouse with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm would be able to activate such a terrifying killing array of heaven and earth? Not to mention the 3 Heavenly Passage Realm zombie kings. Even Void, Genesis, and Cosmic Ninth Order Peak Quasi-Universe powerhouses would find it difficult to retreat unscathed under the crushing power of such a terrifying killing array. This battle had caused Tuoba Linfeng's temperament to change greatly. The past arrogance and impetuousness had completely disappeared. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained the demonic rebirth incantation a few days ago, he would have been obliterated in an instant like Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua. He would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Every time he thought of this, Tuoba Linfeng's soul consciousness would instantly become incomparably clear and ethereal, just like how his original zombie body had completely transformed into the heavenly demon body he possessed today. Tuoba Linfeng felt that the level of his thoughts and consciousness had been completely elevated because of this. From the inside out, from the body to the soul, everything was like a new life, completely reborn. He was glad that he had not been defeated. Even if he had just experienced a life and death calamity not long ago, he had finally returned as a king. He could not easily give up on this zombie army. Although they were very weak now, as a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone how terrifying these zombies were. As long as there was enough time and space, any universe zombie would eventually evolve to an extremely powerful level. Moreover, this kind of evolution speed was simply terrifying, far surpassing those so-called human race geniuses. The entire human race occupied the vast third universe, and its population was innumerable. There were countless administrative planets in the territories of the 2 camps, but how many so-called geniuses could be considered gifted on the path of cultivation or life-level evolution? However, the zombie race was different. Any zombie in the universe had the same evolutionary speed and potential as the human race. Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed that if he could gather an army of hundreds of millions of zombies and lead them into the boundless starry sky, they would be able to fight for enough time and space to evolve. Then, when this zombie army fully matured, the entire human race of the third universe, including the Tianji clan of the first universe and the countless races of the Federation of the second universe, without exception, would become the slaves of the zombie army. From then on, the three universes would be unified. The only supreme overlord was the zombie race. All of this was indeed very far away, but Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed, so he would never give up. However, after experiencing this life and death calamity, Tuoba Linfeng wouldn't reveal his identity as easily as before. Presumably, the news of the three zombie kings of the Heaven Battle Planet falling in battle would spread out very quickly. This was also his advantage. From today onwards, the entire zombie army would no longer have a so-called king. There would only be a single crownless emperor hidden in the dark, leading the entire zombie race towards glory step by step. With this kind of expectation, Tuoba Linfeng lay dormant within the zombie army. He did not reveal himself, but from time to time, he would quietly send out invisible biological waves unique to zombie kings. He carefully urged the entire army to slowly advance towards a certain city in front of him. The Heaven Battle Planet was incomparably vast, and there were still close to 70% of the human cities that had yet to be conquered. In every city, there were some human powerhouses and ordinary citizens. For Tuoba Linfeng, this was a very tempting super large cake. It would allow him to once again create a huge zombie army in the shortest amount of time. As a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone that the larger the number of zombies in the universe, the higher the chances of mutated zombies with various special abilities appearing, and the shorter the time it would take. The Heaven Battle Planet was one of the three imperial capital planets of the dynasty. Its significance and value were too sensitive. All of these life and death calamities had enlightened Tuoba Linfeng. He was clearly aware of the impending crisis of destruction. This was not a place to stay for long. The amount of zombies he could bring with him would definitely not be that much. Tuoba Linfeng's choice was very simple, but also very cruel. He decided to artificially advance the evolution of the zombie race. First, he would expand the zombie army to the limit. Then, using the zombie king's special biological waves, he would secretly influence the entire zombie army to kill and devour each other. And through this, they would rapidly evolve. It could be imagined that in the near future, as this cruel battle for survival unfolded, it was very likely that not even 1 out of 10,000 zombies would survive. Among the millions of zombies in the zombie army, perhaps only 100 would survive or even less. However, they were all elite zombies. They would also be the original force that Tuoba Linfeng would lead countless zombie armies in the future, moving unhindered across the universe. And all of this had to be completed before the human army arrived. Otherwise, except for Tuoba Linfeng himself, all the zombies on this huge planet would not be able to escape. They would definitely be completely annihilated. When he thought of this, at the end of the horizon in front of him, the tall walls of the target city finally appeared. Tuoba Linfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body immediately emitted a unique biological wave that was unique to zombie kings. In an instant, it spread out, quietly affecting all the zombies in the entire army. Roar! Ayo! Screech! Soon, a series of bone-chilling roars and howls of the zombies rang out one after another. The entire zombie army of millions of zombies went berserk in just a few seconds. Their advancing speed instantly increased by dozens of times. Originally, they were moving slowly, but now they were moving at extreme speed. This scene was too shocking. A huge army of millions of zombies instantly accelerated crazily. As far as the eye could see, they covered a large area, as if a huge piece of land was drifting, quickly approaching in the blink of an eye. They were already under the city walls. The next moment, in this human city with its gates tightly shut, countless desperate cries and screams rang out. Even more helpless cries and howls could be faintly heard. Chapter 3289. The Whisper of the Outland. With the return of Tuoba Linfeng, the universe's zombie army was only interrupted for half a day's bloody slaughter, and very soon, they were back in full swing. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. All the universe zombies seemed to have gone berserk as they moved at extreme speed. Like a swarm of locusts, They crushed one human city after another without any suspense. The size of the universe's zombie army had quickly recovered and was gradually growing stronger. No one knew what had happened on the Heaven Battle Planet. From Yi Xian's point of view, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other two zombie kings had all perished. This Heaven Battle Emperor Star was no longer worthy of his attention. The remaining ordinary universe zombies would not be able to do anything. As for the 4 bastions that had been stationed outside the atmosphere of Planet Heaven's vanguard, they had been scared out of their wits when the planet's great defense array had been completely destroyed. They didn't dare enter the atmosphere to take a look, so they didn't know what was really going on. However, in the void of a mysterious plane that was an unknown distance away from the third universe controlled by the human race, a dreamy murmur rang out at this moment. This mysterious void was clearly an exiled universe plane. Moreover, it was incomplete and exuded an incomparably dense aura of desolation. Spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them, and some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were innumerable stars here as well as a boundless galaxy, all of them were extremely damaged. As far as the eye could see, the innumerable stars of various sizes in the boundless galaxy were all intertwined with each other. Some had even completely collapsed and were floating in this dark and deathly silent mysterious void. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be shocked to see the dilapidated ancient galaxy in front of him. It was too familiar. Everything was exactly the same as what he had seen in the inheritance of the heaven-falling bow. This was clearly the place where the final battle of the primordial age took place countless years ago. It should be a part of the ancient starry sky from the primordial age. It had the same origin as the ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. Moreover, it was also separated and exiled. The only difference was that the broken void of the demon emperor star area in the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground that revealed an endless aura of death that made people despair. However, although the starry sky here was also dark, and there wasn't even a single shining star, if one carefully sensed countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were incomparably powerful. Most of the life auras were exuded from the exiled ancient starry sky. In the deepest part of these stars' cores were clearly extremely powerful creatures that seemed to be hibernating. In addition, there were also some auras that could be vaguely found in the large number of void cracks all over the ruined void. Although there were far fewer of them, they were even more terrifying and powerful, without exception. The existences that were hibernating in these space cracks were clearly supreme creatures at the same level as the golden divine dragon and the desolate ancient Wuxia. In one of the space cracks, there was even a horrifying giant turtle that was as big as a small star area. It was floating silently. No one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the space cracks was surging and eroding, the giant turtle's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. However, on the giant turtle's back that was as big as a star area continent, there was a horrifying black demon blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had been inserted into the turtle's back. Apparently, it was extremely sharp. However, the majority of the blade that was exposed to the outside was clearly covered with hideous gaps, as if it was silently telling him what a terrible battle it had experienced in the past. Even though the demonic blades might had also dimmed and was no longer as ferocious as it was in the past, the faint wisps of aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Void Slash. The only difference was that this black demon blade that was inserted vertically on the giant turtle's back was real. The demon blade was damaged, and the giant turtle was dormant. This scene had been going on for countless years, and it had never changed. Right at this moment, a few weak murmurs that sounded like sleep talk resounded from another spatial rift. Even though it was weak, it seemed extremely clear in this lonely and deathly silent place of exile. This aura, is it the reincarnation of the heavenly demon? Kakik, after waiting for so many years, the second pure heavenly demon body has finally appeared. Grow up quickly, be a little faster. As this murmur resounded, the countless obscure auras in the entire remnant star field actually started to ripple slightly, as if they had been stirred. Even the black demonic blade that had been silent for countless years in the spatial crack suddenly showed its ferocity. Although it disappeared in a flash, it quickly dimmed again. But in an instant, it disturbed countless turbulence in the void, and all of them were swept back. The giant turtle that had fallen into an endless sleep also slightly opened its eyes at this moment, and a cold light with endless vicissitudes shot out. Universe 3, the Heavenly War Empire star area under the rule of the human race's science and technology faction Immortal Dynasty. Yi Xian had left the Heavenly War Star for 4 days, and now he was rushing at full speed to the Heavenly War Empire's capital, Heavenly Chan Star. In the vast territory controlled by the Heavenly War Empire, there were countless big and small countries. Heavenly Chan country was not one of the top countries, but it was the closest to the Heavenly War Star where the imperial capital was located. Therefore, the imperial officials who had evacuated from the Heavenly War Star chose to temporarily settle down here, including some of the top families and forces in the Heavenly War Empire. After Yi Xian left the Heavenly War Star, he got the news immediately and rushed straight. He did not sleep or rest for 4 days, and now he was not far from the Heavenly War Star, only about half a day's journey. During this period of time, Yi Xian had finally successfully concocted the first level 9 liquid after a period of meticulous research. His experience and ability in concocting gene cultivation fluids had greatly increased, and he was already a master-level existence in this field. However, the difficulty of concocting the level 10 gene fluid was too high, and many new materials were needed to increase the efficiency of the gene fluid. Every time a new material was added, it would cause a geometrical change in the formula. Although Yi Xian was confident that he could complete it alone, it would definitely take a long time, maybe even a year and a half. He could not afford to wait. This also strengthened his determination to go to the Heavenly War Star to obtain the formula of the Tuoba family's level 10 gene fluid. Even if he had to fight, he had to get the formula. After half a day, the Dongshu shuttle finally entered the Heavenly War Star field. Yi Xian stopped in the void some distance away from the Heavenly War Star, stepped out of the shuttle, and waved his hand to keep it in his undying world. Chapter 3290. A shameless old codger. Although the Heavenly Chun Star wasn't one of the top countries in the Heavenly Dark Empire, it was the closest to the Heavenly Battle Star among the many large and small countries under the Heavenly Dark Empire. It had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Battle Star. For example, the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longfish family all had branches in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Therefore, after leaving the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital city and arriving at the Heavenly Chan Star, whether it was the Empire's officials or the various top forces, they were all quickly settled down in the Heavenly Chan Star. Needless to say, the Empire's officials had already designated a large area within the Tianchan country's capital as a temporary base of operations. As for the Tuoba family and the other top families, they were all living in their own Tianchan country branches. Everything seemed to be in order and there was no chaos. The Immortal Army from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital, as well as the Forest Blue Fleet from the Overwatch Council of the Federation headquarters, had appeared on the Immortal Star for several days. In a few more days, they would arrive on the Heaven War planet. Therefore, Heavenly Battle Emperor Zhang Wuxia, who had just settled down, was preparing to set off. He personally led a fleet of the Empire to Heavenly Battle Planet to meet up with the Dynasty's fleet and discuss the great plan of recovering the Imperial capital. It just so happened that at this time, the Imperial Palace's guards who were in charge of monitoring the Heavenly Battle Planet sent back news that the Heavenly Battle Planet's defensive array had been completely paralyzed. Now, the Heavenly Battle Planet was completely unimpeded, and not only could any existence from the outside enter, but they could also enter. More importantly, the zombie army inside the star could pass through the atmosphere at any time and enter the void of the universe. Once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Chin planet was in an uproar. Some of the large forces and families that had just settled down could no longer sit still and had thoughts of evacuating again. Even the Heaven Battle Imperial capital couldn't stop that terrifying zombie army. The entire Imperial planet fell in one night, so what was the Heavenly Stellar planet? At the very least, the star defense array here was on a completely different level compared to the Heaven Battle planet. If even the Heaven Battle planet couldn't withstand it, then as long as the universe's zombie army came, this place would definitely be finished. The Heavenly Stellar Planet was the closest planet to the Heaven Battle planet. Once the universe's zombie army was released, this planet would be their first stop. Because of this, once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Stellar Planet was in chaos. Some of the strong cultivators in the starry sky who did not have too many ties began to evacuate. They came and went alone, not dragging their families with them. They left quite decisively. Even the major forces who had just evacuated from the imperial capital and settled down here were very convenient. All kinds of resources they brought out were basically in their storage magic treasures. If something really happened, they could leave at any time. They were already prepared to evacuate again. As for the local forces and ordinary citizens of the Heavenly Stellar Planet, it was not so easy. If they wanted to leave, they would definitely be injured and would need to make a big move. Even more people did not have the ability and conditions to leave their home. Thus, resentment quickly appeared and quickly formed an overwhelming momentum. They all questioned and blamed the instigators of the zombie invasion, which were the Tuoba, Gong, and Chongyu families from the Heaven Battle imperial capital. After all, if they didn't go to the Medicine King's ruins to cause trouble, they wouldn't have attracted the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, who was in cahoots with the Yin Demon clan from the second universe. If that was the case, the zombie poison would not have appeared. Although the real culprit was the Yin Demon clan and Linghu Ju, the Heaven Battle imperial capital had invited the wolf into their home. Although it was not their intention, they still had an unshirkable responsibility. Facing this kind of public pressure, it was not appropriate for the Heaven Battle Empire to not make a statement. Coincidentally, the Emperor Zhang Wuxia was also annoyed. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that they had not left to severely reprimand them. He summoned the patriarchs and the higher-ups of the three great clans and scolded them in public. He also ordered the three great clans to give an explanation to the entire empire's citizens to resolve the public pressure. The three great clans could not say anything. This time, not only did they lose their wives and soldiers, but they also had to bear this kind of blame and pressure. They were simply incomparably angry. In the end, in order to resolve the public pressure, the three great clans lied with their eyes wide open and splashed dirty water on the real and fake Linghu young masters. There was no need to say much about the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju. There was no doubt that he was in cahoots with the Yin Demon clan. However, he alone was not enough to bear the anger of the entire empire's citizens. This time, the three great clans were completely defending themselves as victims. Apart from Linghu Ju, Linghu Chong, who was suspected to be the real Linghu young master, was shamelessly dragged into the water by them and used as a shield. According to the three great clans, it was true that Linghu Ju had colluded with the Yin Demon clan. However, Linghu Chong was not a good person either. He had gone overboard and actually colluded with the Federation's archenemy, the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. There was solid evidence for this because Linghu Chong had a top-grade battle armor. Not only had he used it in the Medicine King's ruins, but he had also used it when the Heaven Battle planet was being evacuated. He had fought against the zombies in the universe and seemed to be fighting for something. This scene was witnessed by many experts in the Empire. Therefore, when the news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone believed it without a doubt. The Empire's citizens immediately started cursing. The pressure of public opinion that was originally on the shoulders of the three great clans and the Empire's government was diverted in the blink of an eye. More than half of it was transferred to the two real and fake Linghu young masters. Then, the three great clans threw out another bombshell. They said that not only did Linghu Chong have the Medicine King's tablet, he even had half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the descendants of the Linghu clan. However, now that he was in cahoots with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, when he returned to the First Universe, this half of the Medicine King's inheritance would fall into the hands of the Tianji clan. This matter once again caused great anger. The Medicine King's inheritance was a treasure passed down by the human clan. Now, the Jade ruler with the complete inheritance unearthed in the Medicine King's ruins had most likely fallen into the hands of the Yin Demon clan through Linghu Ju's hands. If the half of the inheritance in Ling Huchang's hands fell into the hands of the Tianji clan, how could the human clan endure it? Although the Yin Demon clan was not part of the Federation, at least they had not fallen out with the human clan. Compared to this, although only half of the Medicine King's inheritance had fallen into the hands of the Tianji clan, it was even more unacceptable. In an instant, the entire human clan was in an uproar. Even the citizens of the Tianming and Tianfeng empires were furious. They demanded that all the experts of the three great empires and the entire empire search for this Ling Hu young master who had colluded with the human clan's mortal enemy and severely punished him. Since then, the Tianji clan and the three great clans no longer had any pressure on them. The empire and even the entire empire had a better target to vent their anger on. They no longer cared about them. Chapter 3291. The second monstrous genius, Tuoba Ba. You've gone too far. You're too shameless. The innocent Yi Xian was enraged. He couldn't remember how many times he had been wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race. He was very sensitive about this matter, and he had a shadow in his heart. Although Tuoba Xiong and the others had only wrongly accused Ling Huchong and not Yi Xian himself, not even Prince Xian, since Yi Xian was using someone else's identity, he had to take responsibility for this matter. What's more, he still wanted to use the identity of Ling Huchong for a while, so he didn't plan on giving it up now. Being wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race would have a great impact on him. In addition, Hu Qing would definitely be very concerned about this matter. He already knew Yi Xian's true identity, and even led the Ling Hu descendants of the Heaven Battle Planet to the Death Star Field to seek refuge in Triumph City. Yi Xian admired this person quite a bit. No matter what, he couldn't just sit by and watch the Ling Hu bloodline's reputation be tarnished. This time, he had originally planned to secretly infiltrate the Tuoba family's branch on the Heaven Star Planet and find an opportunity to gather information about the refinement of the Level 10 liquid. Then he would quietly take it away. Although it wasn't a mature Level 10 liquid formula, Yi Xian would be able to quickly deduce it with the research information recorded in the refinement notes. But now he had changed his mind. He had to get the refinement notes for the Level 10 liquid. It recorded the entire process of the Tuoba family's research on the Level 10 liquid, and all kinds of insights were listed. It would be useful for Yi Xian to learn from, but he also didn't plan on missing out on the complete Level 10 liquid formula. He would just treat it as collecting a bit of interest from the Tuoba family, and he didn't plan on secretly stealing all of this. Instead, he wanted to use the identity of young master Ling Hu to forcefully take it and demand an explanation. Whether the people of the empire and dynasty believed him or not was another matter. Yi Xian himself had to have a clear stance. This was his purpose in coming to demand an explanation. Tuoba Ba, old man, get the hell out here for this young master. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian angrily descended and directly arrived at the sky above the Tuoba family's branch in the outer city of the heavenly Chan imperial capital. This was a large courtyard. Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared and he angrily shouted, instantly alarming the experts of the Tuoba family in the courtyard below. A large number of experts and people in the surrounding areas were also alarmed. They all looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Although the outer city of Tianqin country didn't have any restrictions on flying, leaping into the air was still strictly prohibited. Outside the country's gates, no one would care, but inside the city, it was absolutely forbidden. You could only fly at a height of no more than 50 meters. At this moment, Yi Xian was floating a few hundred meters above the Tuoba family branch. This was definitely over. The surrounding experts gradually became excited. Where did this number 1 come from? He openly disobeyed the star planet's order in the Tuoba family's capital's outer city, and he was still so confident, shouting loudly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. This was simply too awesome. In the courtyard below, the Tuoba family's experts quickly appeared. There were quite a number of them, and the head of the family, Tuoba Xiong, was in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. Looking up, he was immediately enraged and roared, Ling Huchong, how dare you collude with the Tianji clan and appear here? At this time, Tuoba Xiong was full of anger. As the head of the Tuoba family, a peak level 9 Grotto Heaven realm existence, he actually had to look up to a black hole realm ant. Although he was provoked, this was Tianchen's capital. Although Tuoba Xiong came from the capital, he had just landed safely from the center of public opinion. He didn't want to be roasted on the fire again. If someone criticized the capital's big families for being too overbearing and ignoring the star planet's order in Tianchen, it would be troublesome. I think you're the one with a dog's mouth that can't say anything good. Back then, I killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, took a battle armor, and refined it into my battle armor, becoming the second form of the battle armor. Even if you're jealous, you don't have to be so shameless as to slander me and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan, right? Old fogey, this young master has come here today precisely because of this matter. You have insulted the reputation of my Linghu bloodline, so you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this young master will exterminate your Linghu clan and flatten this place. This is the battle armor that I personally refined. It's a quasi-starry sky level treasure, and I'll show you 2 battle forms today. Didn't you say that the human race couldn't have such a high-level battle armor and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan? Then take a look. Does the Tianji clan have the refining technique of this battle armor? This is the refining technique of the human race's self-cultivator camp. Could it be that the Tianji clan has a top-level refining master from the self-cultivator camp? Or are you going to change your words immediately and accuse me of colluding with the self-cultivator camp? Ha ha ha. Watch carefully. At the end of his speech, Yixian raised his head and laughed. He waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glazed armor, which covered his body. In an instant, he transformed into a mighty powerhouse wearing a gorgeous battle armor. His whole body was surrounded by flowing multicolored light, which made him look valiant and dazzling. Immediately, it caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. What a beautiful battle armor! It's actually a quasi-starry sky-level treasure. This kind of battle armor is rarely produced by the few refining grandmasters of the self-cultivator camp. The Tianji clan is indeed powerful in terms of technological manufacturing, but when it comes to refining, they're just a joke. How can they refine such a battle armor? Is that top-level battle armor really the second form of this battle armor? My brother, you're amazing. You're so imaginative. This refining idea is so constructive. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Yes, yes, yes. A battle armor that has the different advantages of both a light battle armor and a heavy battle armor at the same time. Can switch between the 2 battle forms at will. It's perfect. I want one too. I'm very skeptical about whether all this is true. Can he really transform this battle armor into the so-called second mecha form in front of everyone? That's too shocking. It's a little inconceivable. That's not the key. Did you forget what young Master Linghu said just now? He actually said that this battle armor was personally refined by him. My goodness, that's really incredible. Young Master Linghu's talent in refining medicine is obvious to all. He passed all 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet perfectly. I didn't expect that other than refining medicine, he's also such a monster in refining weapons. Is another peerless genius about to appear in the human race? There was already one before. He was a peerless talent in the self-cultivator camp. He suppressed the fallen demon son and the witch dust woman. Now, there's also a peerless talent in our science and technology camp. Young Master Linghu is comparable to him. He's a master in both medicine and equipment. He's so dazzling that even Xiaoyao Zi and Fairy Inxia can't compete with him. Boom! As if in response to the waves of exclamations around him, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Along with the sound of energy, the dazzling battle armor that covered the surface of his body immediately expanded. He deliberately slowed down the speed of its transformation so that everyone could see it clearly. Chapter 3292. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Braised Dragon Liver again. Originally, the 2 battle forms of the Undying Glass Armor could be completed in an instant, but Yi Xian didn't do so. If that was the case, there would be people who would argue that he was moving too quickly. At the same time that he put away his battle armor, he also took out that battle armor in an attempt to deceive the world. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Originally, he could have completed the transformation with just a thought, but it took him 3 breaths of time. As a result, almost all the powerhouses around clearly saw the entire process of the indestructible glass armor transforming from the first battle armor form to the second battle armor form. Moreover, as if it was in slow motion, the changes in every step were incomparably clear and could withstand scrutiny. Any questioning words in front of such facts were pale and powerless. Just this alone was enough to explain the problem. This level of refining was not something that the Tianji clan, who was proficient in technology, could produce. Even the few great refiners in the cultivation camp were slightly inferior. At the very least, they had never thought of such a wonderful idea of combining battle armor and mecha. At the same time, this was enough to prove one thing, and that was that this epic-making armor with 2 battle forms was definitely not made by any Grandmaster refiner of the cultivator camp. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was made by this young Master Linghu. After all, if someone had really refined such an epic-making battle armor, they would have announced it long ago. How could they not have heard of it? Realizing all this, countless powerhouses around them could not help but cheer thunderously. It was not only because they had seen such an epic-making battle armor, but also because they realized that the refinement of the human race's battle armor had entered a new era. The reason why they were so excited was that the birth of the second peerless monster of the human race could finally be confirmed without a doubt. On the cultivation campsite, it was still uncertain whether it was Prince Xian or the monster that was Tian Qianzi's clone. His battle strength was unparalleled, and he was actually able to cross 2 realms to fight against a peerless genius like the fallen demon sun. He was a rising future war god of the human race. On the technological campsite, young Master Linghu might not be as good as the future war god of the cultivation camp in terms of battle strength, but his significance to the human race was obviously more significant. His talent in alchemy crushed the 16 great clans of the empire, and he passed all 3 tests of the ancient tablet of the medicine masters perfectly. His talent in refining was no less than that of the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. Not only was the battle armor refined by him a quasi-star sky supreme treasure, but it also had 2 unprecedented combat forms. It was simply perfect. Once this kind of peerless genius who was skilled in both medicine and tools grew up, he would become the supreme treasure of the entire human race. Within a short period of time, not only did 4 peerless geniuses appear in the human race, 2 even more monstrous geniuses appeared out of nowhere. As long as they could grow up, they would have an invincible god of war to crush all enemies. Internally, they would have a supreme master of medicine and tools to lead the human race to rapid growth. Previously, there was a saying that the human race was on the rise, but it was not the mainstream. But now, all the powerhouses and the people in the capital had firmly believed that this was the case. 2 peerless monsters had appeared at the same time. If this was considered a sign that the human race was on the rise, then it was simply unreasonable. It was because of this that they cheered thunderously. They were really too excited. The haze that shrouded their hearts due to the tense situation of the 3 great universes that could usher in a war at any time was swept away in an instant, and they were greatly encouraged. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned the situation around so easily, and even successfully reversed the situation, and was supported by all the people and powerhouses around, Tuoba Xiong's lungs were about to explode at this time, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Right now, the Tuoba family was in a precarious situation. They had just landed safely from the teeth of the storm. At this time, he did not dare to be impulsive. Otherwise, if he aroused public anger again, it was very likely that the huge pressure that had just been removed from the shoulders of the 3 great clans and the empire's officials would be brought back again. At that time, Emperor Zhang Wuxia would be furious, and it was not impossible for him to kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, abandoning the pawn to protect the chariot and so on. In addition, Tuoba Xiong was actually extremely shocked by the fact that Yi Xian was actually able to refine such a new type of quasi-starry sky armor. No one knew better than him how terrifying Yi Xian's talent in alchemy was. He never thought that this fellow would actually be so monstrous in the area of artifact forging. He was already comparable to the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. All this made him suddenly wake up. His whole person was as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he suddenly saw the light. Before, Yi Xian only had simple value in his eyes. Tuoba Xiong only wanted to use Yi Xian, who had refined the Medicine King's ancient tablet, to lead the younger generation of the great clans into the Medicine King's remains, and take the opportunity to seize the half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the Linghu descendants. It was only now that he truly realized Yi Xian's true value. Compared to the half of the Medicine King's inheritance in his hands, this kid's unprecedented talent in alchemy and tools was a true supreme treasure. The current human race was in a precarious situation. The era needed invincible war gods like the cultivation camp, and even more so, young geniuses with monstrous talents like this. Tuoba Xiong believed that with Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy and tools, he would soon be able to rise up in the human race and become a new talent comparable to the invincible war gods and the highest existence of the Federation's first idol, Prince Xian. If this kind of talent could be caught in his hands, not only would the Tuoba family be able to easily overcome this crisis, but they would also be able to reach a higher level. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, although Tuoba Xiong still hated Yi Xian to the heavens, he still felt that the matter of Tuoba Linfeng was related to Yi Xian to a certain extent. But now, in the face of greater benefits, no matter how unwilling he was, he immediately suppressed the hatred in his heart. In an instant, he changed his expression and smiled at Yi Xian, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to react, he secretly gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying indifferently, "Ling Hu, my little friend, this old man was indeed too reckless. I didn't thoroughly investigate the matter and prematurely came to a conclusion. I almost wronged you. As the saying goes, if you make a mistake, you should correct it. Ling Hu, my little friend, it's great that you came to denounce me, giving this old man a chance to correct his mistake. This old man must thank you, my little friend. It just so happens that my little friend also said that he wanted an explanation for the previous matter. Don't worry. This old man won't say anything and will definitely make amends. However, this matter can't be explained clearly in a few words. My little friend, quickly come down. Don't call the city guards. Later at the banquet, let's talk while eating." Banquet? Chapter 3293. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin get the recipe hearing Yi Xian mention the braised hornless dragon liver. Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his face turned green. His legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The Tuoba family was not the same as before. They had lost their ancestral land in the imperial capital and were now only living in the Tianshan country branch. Although they had brought out all the important resources, their foundation was not damaged. It was just that they were not as glorious as before. However, a subblood hornless dragon was no small matter. If they really wanted to hunt it, it was very likely that they would lose a Tao Insight Realm Elder. The price was too high. Fortunately, although the Tianshan country was not the Tianshan country's imperial capital, there were still 2 or 3 restaurants that could provide braised hornless dragon liver. Although the price was frighteningly high and ordinary people would not even dare to think about it, if it was only 1 or 2 portions, Tuoba Xiong could afford it. At the very least, it wouldn't cause the clan to lose any Passage Heaven Realm Elders. As for the so-called wealth and cultivation resources, as long as they firmly grasped the hands of this Ling Hu young master, who was a master in both medicine and tools, they would be able to get as much as they wanted in the future, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong felt a little better. At this moment, when Yi Xian, who was in midair, heard that there was another red braised hornless dragon liver, he actually immediately descended with a bashful face and landed in the courtyard. Faintly, Tuoba Xiong could clearly see him raise his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. This damn glutton! Tuoba Xiong cursed in his heart, but he was relieved because of this. He just remembered that Yi Xian was a glutton. It seemed that it would not be a problem to control him. At the most, he would lose some blood. Good wine and good meat. No, good wine and good liver should be enough. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his liver. This kid, he would not eat hornless dragon liver every day, right? Just at this moment, as Yi Xian's figure descended, a group of city guards from the capital of Heavenly Chan rushed over. Tuoba Xiong turned his head to look at the person in charge of the Heavenly Chan branch. The latter understood and nodded before turning around to deal with it. On the other hand, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned a blind eye to it as he grinned and chatted with Tuoba Xiong while walking towards the inner courtyard. It was as if they were old friends who had suddenly reunited after not seeing each other for many years. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious to the extreme. This made the surrounding citizens and experts of the capital dumbfounded. This young master Linghu's style was very strange. Just a moment ago, he was in the middle of a storm. Why did the storm turn sunny as soon as he heard that there was food? In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the Tuoba family's manuscript that was left behind when they were researching the level 10 liquid was sent to the small courtyard where Yi Xian temporarily stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianshan branch. He personally flashed it to Yi Xian's hands. After leaving behind the manuscript, the Tuoba family's elder immediately left and left a message that at the banquet later, the family head, Tuoba Xiong, would personally present an even bigger surprise. Could it be that there is a better ingredient than the braised hornless dragon liver? Slurp, I can't stop salivating. There is still half a day left. How unbearable. Bang bang. Hearing this, the Tuoba family's elder, who had just turned around and walked to the door, staggered and actually fell to the ground. Looking at the other party's fleeing figure, the drool at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth mysteriously disappeared. When he closed the door, the cold smile on his face had already appeared once again. He muttered to himself, "Humph! Unaccountably solicitous. He's hiding evil intentions." This Tuoba old man's attitude suddenly changed. If I'm not wrong, he should have finally realized this young master's value. This is the rhythm of changing from a short-term investment to a long-term investment. But this is just right. The concoction of the level 10 liquid requires more rare herbs and minerals, including the level 11 liquid in the future. Since this old guy has started to dream again, then it's just right to push the boat with the current and use the Tuoba family's resources to get the level 11 liquid in one go. When the entire Tuoba family is almost emptied, this young master will pat his butt and leave. Do you think they can stop me? Speaking up to hear, Yi Xian grinned once more. This time, his smile was truly a bit wretched. Hee, what's more, other than free research supplies, I can also enjoy a meal of braised dragon liver every few days. Where can I find such a beautiful thing? If you put a knife to my neck, this young master won't move. After that, Yi Xian began to study the level 10 liquid research manuscript sent by the Tuoba family's elder. In a few hours, he had learned a lot. He had a lot of ideas in his heart and wanted to put them into practice. Could be said that he was eager to try. But in the end, he resisted because if nothing unexpected happened, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid in the Tuoba family's hands would be handed over to him at the banquet. Now, there was really no need to spend too much effort on the preparation of the level 10 liquid. Instead of this, it was better to recuperate and wait until the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was in his hands. Then, he could sprint toward the level 11 liquid. Even the Tuoba family had not developed this level 11 liquid yet. Yi Xian could only rely on himself. In this regard, he had to do his best to succeed. Thinking like this, Yi Xian simply stopped studying. He sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his breath. His mood quickly calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes, the sky outside was already dark. Yi Xian got up and pushed the door open. He saw that in the courtyard outside the house, two young Tuoba family juniors were anxiously standing there whispering something. When they saw Yi Xian push the door open, they immediately greeted him as if they had been granted amnesty. They said that the family master, Tuoba Xiong, had been waiting in the banquet hall for a while. They asked him to hurry over. The braised hornless dragon liver was not delicious when it was cold. After a short while, Yi Xian was led by the two juniors of the Tuoba family to the backyard. Tuoba Xiong and the other clan elders had been eagerly waiting there the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian had finally come after finishing his cultivation, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't say anything and greeted him with a smile. After a while, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was finally delivered to Yi Xian's hands. But what surprised him was that in addition to the complete formula of the level 10 liquid, Tuoba Xiong also handed over a research notebook. The research notebook of the level 11 liquid. Although the Tuoba family's research on the level 11 liquid had not been successful, all the difficulties and insights of the research process were all recorded in detail in the notebook. In Yi Xian's view, this research notebook of the level 11 liquid without any final results was countless times more precious than the complete formula of the level 10 liquid. It could save him a lot of detours in the preparation of the level 11 liquid. Chapter 3294. Level 10 liquid. Young friend, you want to refine level 11 liquid? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Tuoba Xiong was startled, and his expression became a little strange. He said in a low muffled voice, "Young friend, this level 11 liquid is not easy to refine. Although you already have the formula for level 10 liquid, it doesn't mean that you can immediately deduce the mature formula for level 11 liquid. There is still a long way to go, and there are too many changes. Yes, young friend, although our Tuoba family has the various medicinal materials and minerals needed to concoct level 11 liquid, we don't lack them, but we don't have a lot in stock. Now we are basically in the theoretical deduction stage, and we don't dare to use those medicinal materials to conduct too many concocting experiments. The consumption is too shocking." Another Tuoba family elder immediately took over the conversation. Although his words were tactful, the meaning behind his words was clearly hinting Yi Xian not to bite off more than he could chew. That would be a waste of money. Moreover, even their Tuoba family couldn't bear this level of consumption, so it was impossible for them to easily allow him to squander like this. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. While eating the plate of braised dragon liver that he pulled closer, he muttered a few words from time to time. "I don't plan to directly concoct level 11 liquid right now. Indeed, the materials are too precious, and no one can bear to casually consume them. However, I just finished concocting level 9 liquid a few days ago. Now that I've seen your Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula, it can be considered quite inspiring. If nothing unexpected happens, I can concoct my own level 10 liquid in 2 days. Then I will immediately begin to study the level 11 liquid. First, I will deduce the theoretical formula, but this won't take long. At most 10 days, the mature formula will take shape. At that time, I will need the various spiritual herbs and minerals for the level 11 liquid to conduct concocting experiments. Time is still tight, so I can't continue to delay. I will leave early tomorrow morning to concoct the level 10 liquid and collect the various spiritual herbs and minerals needed to concoct the level 11 liquid." When they heard this, all the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan present here were instantly stunned, and then they gasped before exclaiming with shock, "What? Young friend Ling Hu has already concocted level 9 liquid? How is this possible? In the past, only Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Biotech of the Undying Star could concoct the level 9 liquid. Now, with the addition of my Tuoba family, only the 4 great families in the entire dynasty could concoct it. If you can also concoct the level 9 liquid, doesn't that mean that there are 5 forces in our dynasty that can concoct the level 9 liquid? The crux of the matter is that we are all top-notch clans or forces, while little friend is all alone, just like an itinerant cultivator, yet you were actually able to concoct a 9th grade liquid. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid no one would believe it. I'll refine it myself. Why do I need their trust?" Yi Xian curled his lips as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, he threw a tube of crimson red gene liquid onto the table. It was the tube of level 9 liquid that he'd refined on his way here. It was worth mentioning that although there were 4 top-notch clans and forces in the dynasty that could concoct the level 9 liquid, the level 9 liquid refined by these 4 forces was different, and the formula of the level 9 liquid in their hands was also different. Although different level 9 liquids had the same medicinal effect, which could allow a powerhouse at the peak of rank 9 black hole to break the shackles of the human body again and leap into the 9th realm origin rank 1, there were actually many kinds of formulas and variations. As for whether it was a perfect level 9 liquid, there was only one standard, and that was to look at it carefully. If 9 layers of medicinal halo could be vaguely seen in the crimson medicinal liquid of the level 9 liquid, like a 9-colored rainbow, then it was a successful product. At this time, seeing that Yi Xian actually threw out a crimson gene cultivation liquid casually, all the Tuoba family elders present were stunned. Then, Tuoba Xiong carefully picked it up in his hand, extended his divine sense, and looked at it carefully. After a while, he exclaimed, It's really a level 9 liquid, and it's definitely not something produced by Bodhi technology, celestial biology, or Shinong gene. It's also not something my Tuoba family concocted. Although this liquid also has a 9-colored rainbow, these 9 colors are different from our 4 families. It's indeed a new level 9 liquid. I said it was newly refined by me, so you don't believe me? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, curled his lips, and said indifferently, "That's fine anyway. After reading your Tuoba family's book of refining level 10 liquid, I basically have a rough idea in my heart. If there are no accidents, I can concoct the level 10 liquid in a few days. Of course, I'm not concocting according to your Tuoba family's ready-made formula. That's your Tuoba family's thing. I want to concoct my own level 10 liquid." Bang! Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Tuoba Xiong slammed his palm on the table in excitement. His chest rose and fell violently. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and stared at Yi Xian with fiery eyes. He said, "Ling Hu Xiaolong, good ambition, good courage. I Tuoba Xiong will say it here today. If you can tinker with a new level 10 liquid formula within 10 days, then my Tuoba family will bear all the spirit grass, minerals, and other materials needed for the research of level 11 liquid. Little friend, you just need to concentrate on refining." On both sides, the other upper echelons of the Tuoba family all had dumbstruck expressions on their faces as they subconsciously nodded their heads. They were all a little scared. Yi Xian had actually refined a level 9 liquid by himself. Now, he had even said that he would refine a new level 10 liquid within a few days. If he could really do it, this kid would not only be a monster, but also a ghost. It was 2F** king terrifying. If they could hold this kind of person tightly in their hands, not to mention level 11 liquid, even level 12, 13 liquid, and so on, it wouldn't take long for the Tuoba family to come up with all of them one after another. At that time, the Tuoba family would monopolize the field of gene liquid in the entire dynasty. Not to mention the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor Zhang Wuxia, even the immortal emperor in the imperial capital would have to be polite to the Tuoba family. That would be the real pride. In the next few days, Yi Xian had been locked in the independent small house in the inner courtyard of the Tuoba family's Tianchun Star branch. He was obsessed with the Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula refining book. In addition to his own research, he also had the engulfing system to deduce the formula from time to time. The engulfing system's system database contained countless herbs and minerals recorded in the Shinong pestle, including some ancient formulas. All of these were only available to Yi Xian. Compared to the other top forces and families, he seemed to be studying the gene liquid alone, but in fact, he had a professional supercomputer in the field of gene liquid research. The speed of formula deduction was simply extremely fast. Chapter 3295. Activating prodigal mode. There were always people from the Tuoba family guarding outside the courtyard. They took shifts day and night. Once Yi Xian asked for the herbs he needed, someone would immediately rush to get it and satisfy him. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian's loud laughter sounded out from the room, and he muttered to himself that he'd finally succeeded, the few Tuoba family members waiting outside the courtyard were stunned. They looked at each other with faces full of shock, and someone immediately went to report to Tuoba Xiong. Tuoba Xiong also couldn't believe it. It had only been 3 days, but he could actually refine a new level 10 liquid? It was too unbelievable. It was just like a dream. With doubts in his heart, Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family quickly arrived. Coincidentally, Yi Xian opened the door and casually threw a tube of green liquid over. "Io, my little ancestor, this is a level 10 liquid. It's hard to get it even with money." Seeing Yi Xian throw it at him like he was throwing trash, Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his entire body trembled. He quickly took a few steps forward and sucked in a breath of cold air as he carefully received the level 10 liquid. How could he know that after Yi Xian succeeded in refining the first tube, he had already refined 10 more tubes? The one that was thrown to him was only 1 tube. The other 10 were all stored in a small space box and kept in his undying world. Of course, the herbs needed to refine this level 10 liquid were all provided by the Tuoba family. Because of this, Yi Xian generously waved his hand and said indifferently, "Isn't this thing like trash after it's refined? If this young master wants it, I can refine it at any time. I can get as much as I want." although this was indeed a little pretentious, because even if one had a mature formula for level 10 elixir, it was not possible to successfully refine it every time. The alchemists in the cultivation camp all had a certain success rate when refining elixirs. The principle was the same. However, Tuoba Xiong and the others didn't feel that Yi Xian's words were harsh. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. This young man could refine a new level 10 liquid in less than 3 days. This was simply a monster among monsters. Perhaps his success rate was really 100%, which was very possible. It was also at this time that the elders who came with Tuoba Xiong had already carefully examined the tube of green medicinal liquid that the former handed over with divine sense with a face full of expectation. There was no suspense in the final result. The few elders all cried out in excitement. 10 colors. It's really 10 colors. Patriarch, this is really a level 10 liquid. That's right. It's really a level 10 liquid. And the 10 colors that make up the 10-colored rainbow are different from our Tuoba families. There's one less orange, and there's one more light purple. This is definitely another level 10 liquid. It didn't come from our formula. Genius. Little friend Ling Hu is really a genius. Even in our Tuoba family, after we accidentally made the level 10 liquid, a group of old men gathered together to study it for a few months. With the ready-made level 10 liquid formula as the blueprint, we wanted to deduce a second level 10 liquid formula, but we couldn't succeed. In the end, we could only give up. I didn't expect little friend to succeed in less than 3 days. The younger generation will surpass us in time. After confirming that Yi Xian had really created a brand new level 10 liquid formula in just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong was completely convinced by him. Right now, he was incomparably excited and couldn't even suppress his emotions by forcefully suppressing them. His voice was trembling as he carefully asked, "Little friend, what are you going to do next? Let's make it clear first. Don't mention going out to collect the level 11 liquid. An alchemy genius like you, no, a genius. Anyway, how can we let you do something like collecting materials? You can relax and research the gene liquid. Our Tuoba family's men will do their best to run around outside." "That's fine. Next, I'll prepare to research the level 11 liquid. Although your Tuoba family didn't succeed, the research notes left behind can be used as a reference for me. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to produce the level 11 liquid in half a month." As he spoke, Yi Xian casually handed over a piece of paper. "Hey, this is the second formula for the level 10 liquid that I've been working on for the past 2 days. You guys take it and study it. When we get back, send over all the materials for the level 11 liquid. In addition, we have to start collecting the materials for the level 12 liquid. If the level 11 liquid comes out, we can't stop the level 12 liquid. This kind of research needs to be done in a spurt of energy. Sometimes, the inspiration only lasts for a short period of time. This young master can't stop. At most, I'll be distracted when I'm hungry. Thinking about quenching my thirst with plum blossoms will waste a bit of time." No. What plum blossoms? You're working so hard, you have to supplement when you need to. Seeing that he hadn't even asked, Yi Xian actually took the initiative to hand over the new level 10 liquid formula to him. From his words, it seemed that he was going to start researching the level 11 and even level 12 liquid immediately. From the looks of it, the formula of the level 11 genofluid that he would come up with would be given to him like this. This kid was clearly a research maniac. What he cared about was the process of the research, not the final results. Science maniacs generally had this kind of problem. No wonder this kid had such amazing talent in alchemy and refining. He was originally a science maniac. All of his thoughts were devoted to research. He didn't have time to care about the so-called fame and fortune. This was a great thing. It would be easier to control in the future. This kid didn't have any other hobbies. He was just a little gluttonous. Although he was a spendthrift, his ability to create wealth was even more terrifying. He was able to create a new level 10 liquid formula in just a few days. Just thinking about it was scary. With this kind of abnormal monster, it would be difficult for the Tuoba family not to rise. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong patted his chest loudly and promised very generously. "From now on, this old man will send the food over on time for lunch and dinner. Although little friend is focused on research, you can't delay the food. Don't worry. Although the subblood dragon liver is difficult to obtain and can't be guaranteed every day, this old man can promise little friend that at every meal, there will be at least one dish that is either braised dragon liver or cooked with the same level of ingredients. Little friend, you can just focus on your research. As for the materials needed to research the level 11 liquid, I will send them over to little friend in a while. After saying that, he exchanged a few words with Yixin before hurriedly leaving with a group of elders. After a short while, the materials needed to refine the level 11 liquid were sent over. Because the formula had not been confirmed yet, the amount of materials sent was huge. All of them were extremely rare. Even Yixin didn't have many of them. When he saw them, his eyes shone with a golden light. After the Tuoba family members left, Yixin directly used a small space box to store 80% of the materials into his undying world. He only left 20% outside, just for show. Chapter 3296. Pat one's bottom and leave. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin rank 2. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin rank 3. Following the familiar system notification in his mind, Yixin opened his eyes and ended his cultivation session. Yixin clenched his fists tightly as he felt the surging chi and blood energy in his body. Another dual break, his physical body's chi and blood energy had increased by a huge margin, and was much stronger than before. Now, his physical body's chi and blood energy had already stepped into the third stage of the origin stage, and was about to enter the middle stage of the origin stage. At this time, only 3 days had passed since he refined his own 10th grade liquid. During these 3 days, Yixin didn't even bother to think about the so-called level 11 elixir. Instead, he had been cultivating and tempering his body. Of course, this was intermittent because during these 3 days, the Tuoba clan servants would deliver a good meal at noon and at night. 8 dishes and 1 soup. Among them, there was either a braised dragon liver or a top-notch delicacy that was on par with the dragon liver of the subblood dragon. After eating for 3 whole days, Yixin's flesh and blood had accumulated a vast amount of energy from the ingredients. These top-grade ingredients were all the essence extracted from the bodies of powerful black hole realm space beasts. Although a large amount of energy was lost in cooking, after eating 6 meals in a row, Yixin's harvest was still not small. This was the reason why he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in the cultivation of his chi and blood force. In the next few days, Yixin didn't step out. Every day, in addition to enjoying the top-notch delicacies sent by the Tuoba family, he also began to carefully study the Tuoba family's unfinished level 11 liquid Yenkong pen. The 20% of the herbs and ores that he had left behind in the undying world had been used up in a short 2 days. Yixin immediately sent a message saying that he had made a breakthrough and needed more materials, including the materials that he had already collected to develop the level 12 liquid. He also asked the Tuoba family to send them over. This was because in order to ensure the success of the level 11 liquid, they might consider adding a top-grade material suitable for the level 12 liquid in the future. Yixin needed to study their medicinal properties and begin the selection process. This statement was also reasonable. After all, before the mature formula appeared, the so-called materials for the 11th and 12th level liquids were just general speculations based on the grade of the materials. The level 12 material might not necessarily only be used in the formula of level 12 genofluid. It could also appear in the formula of level 11 genofluid. Therefore, after Yixin's request was sent out, Tuoba Shunga sent over a large number of medicinal herbs and rare minerals. Among them, there were several dozen that were clearly of a higher grade and were prepared to be used to refine the level 12 liquid. These were the last of the materials in the Tuoba family's inventory. They were stored in 3 small space boxes. If all of them were poured out, they could fill a house. Yixin did not keep a single one of those precious level 12 materials and kept them all in his undying world. He even collected a small portion of the level 11 genofluids materials because these materials would be useful in the future research of the level 12 genofluid. It wasn't easy to make the Tuoba family willing to let him squander their fortune for once. Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to collect all the herbs and rare minerals needed to refine the level 12 genofluid. After he left, he could only guarantee that he could refine the level 12 genofluid at any time after he completed his research on the formula. As for the level 11 genofluid, Yi Xian was almost done with his research on the theory of the formula. Before he left, he was prepared to completely master the formula of the level 11 genofluid. This way, he would not be restricted in the field of genofluid for a short period of time and could completely focus on improving his cultivation realm. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Counting the time, a total of 10 days had passed since Yi Xian successfully refined the level 10 genofluid. According to what he said at the beginning, he would successfully refine the level 11 genofluid within 10 days. Therefore, on this afternoon, Tuoba Xiong led a few Tuoba family elders and anxiously waited outside the courtyard. They did not dare to disturb Yi Xian and waited anxiously outside the courtyard. In order to obtain the formula of the level 11 genofluid, their Tuoba family could be said to have spent a lot of money this time. For 10 consecutive days, they had to eat 2 portions of the same level of delicacies as the red braised hornless dragon liver every day. Just this alone was a terrifying expenditure. In addition, the Tuoba family's investment in various herbs and rare minerals was even more worrying. The entire family's foundation had been depleted by 80 to 90%. If they did not succeed this time, the Tuoba family would not be able to recover for at least a few years. This was also because they had the formula of the level 10 genofluid in their hands. If they did not have it, the failure this time would directly cause the family to decline and be completely finished. In fact, Yi Xian did not fail to live up to their expectations. Just last night, the first tube of level 11 genofluid was successfully refined, but he did not announce it. Instead, he continued to refine the small portion of materials that he had left outside. As for the materials that he had stored in his undying world, they were for the future level 12 genofluid and would not be used. From midnight until now, Yi Xian had refined a total of 10 tubes of level 11 genofluid. The materials that he had not stored outside were finally used up. At this time, in the hall of the residence where he was refining, there were abandoned medicinal dregs everywhere. It was as if he had come to a distribution center that specialized in discarding medicinal dregs. The smell was pungent. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the 10 tubes of level 11 liquid in the small spatial box into his undying world. After that, he placed the remaining tube in another small box and waved his hand, causing it to float out of the window and fly out of the courtyard. At the same time, Yi Xian's tired voice sounded at this moment. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The level 11 genofluid is complete. However, the formula still needs some small changes. Do not disturb me, this young master still needs to do some research. Before he finished speaking, the small box was already in Tuoba Xiong's hand. After opening it, he took out a tube of blue genofluid. Using his divine sense to examine it, it was indeed level 11 genofluid. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! Level 11 genofluid, it is indeed level 11 genofluid. Little friend, you are really amazing. Although the formula was not in his hands yet, this tube of level 11 genofluid was enough to prove everything. At the very least, the level 11 genofluid was successfully refined. Once the formula was perfected, it would definitely be sent to him immediately like last time. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong was overjoyed. He waved his hand and 2 servants walked out from behind him. Each of them carried a food box and brought it into the room. Little friend, you have exhausted too much of your energy. Here are 2 portions of red-striped dragon liver. Little friend, you should quickly replenish yourself. AI, your body is important. The 2 servants quickly left. Yi Xian walked out from the inner room and looked at the 2 food boxes on the table in the outer hall. He grinned happily. This old man Tuoba Xiong is really considerate. I was just thinking of breaking through again and refining the top-grade ingredients that I ate these past few days. Who would have thought that he would actually send me a meal of delicious food in the end? Chapter 3297. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing a way out after leaving behind the 2 portions of braised dragon liver. Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family left in a hurry, leaving only a few clan members to wait for orders. Yi Xian first used 3 days to refine the level 10 liquid and then handed the finished product and the formula to him on the spot. Now, he had also refined the level 11 liquid within the agreed-upon deadline of 10 days. After these 2 huge surprises, the Tuoba family was completely convinced by Yi Xian and completely believed him. Tuoba Xiong never thought that Yi Xian would tamper with the formula of the level 11 liquid, nor did he think that Yi Xian would not hand over the formula. He also did not think that Yi Xian was ready to leave. In fact, as soon as Tuoba Xiong and the others left, Yi Xian immediately began to eat heartily and finished the 2 portions of braised dragon liver. Then, he immediately began to cultivate and refine the energy in his body that had been accumulated by eating a large amount of top-grade ingredients. Soon, as he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation, Yi Xian's 10 billion pores opened, and a faint glow shot out from each of them. All these intertwined together, making him feel as if he was in a fairyland. His whole body was enshrouded in endless auspicious clouds, and his whole body was like a supreme treasure, exuding a powerful and sacred aura. For hours later, everything was finally over. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin level 5. Origin level 5. Yi Xian clenched his fists in excitement, then got up and checked the condition of his body. After confirming that everything was fine, he grinned, took out a pen and paper, and left a letter for Tuoba Xiong. The content was very simple. Although he had refined a tube of level 11 liquid, he still felt that there was a problem with the formula and that it needed to be improved. He felt that he had let down the head of the Tuoba family, so he decided to leave without saying goodbye and go out to train. He wanted to find an opportunity to improve the formula of the level 11 liquid. Of course, all this was nonsense. There was no problem with the formula of level 11 liquid, but Yi Xian was not going to give it to the Tuoba family. The reason why he left the letter was not to hide anything. How could Yi Xian not translation? Translation. Yi Xian was deliberately mocking Tuoba Xiong. Translation. After doing all this, Yi Xian directly activated the perfect vibration technique and quietly left the Tuoba family's heavenly Chun planet branch. Without hesitation, he went straight to the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage in the atmosphere of heavenly Chun planet. Although his identity as Ling Huchong was fake, the immortal-level superbrain that was Yi Xian's personal star communication system was no longer fragmented. It had entered the growth level and temporarily suppressed his Federation identity. It was still possible for him to hide when he went in and out of the administrative planets. Otherwise, no matter how he changed his appearance, he would have been exposed when he went in and out of the administrative planets if he could not suppress his Federation identity. In addition, the interstellar mercenary card that was tied to his Federation identity was also suppressed. Although it had been recording his Federation contribution points, it could no longer send a signal to the outside world. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had done so many things during this time, his contribution points in the Federation didn't change at all. This situation was similar to last time. However, last time, because he was in the first universe, the interstellar soldier card was restricted by the universe plane and could not contact the Federation's main network on the immortal star. But now, because Yi Xian's personal star communication system had entered the growth stage, it could temporarily suppress the interstellar soldier card and the Federation identity mark. Unfortunately, although he could use the immortal-level superbrain to suppress his original identity, he could not silently go through the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage. Even the perfect vibration technique couldn't do it. That would spoil the situation. Once the Star Defense System of Heavenly Chun Planet detected the aura of the demon's mental energy, the star formation would be fully activated and Yi Xian would be trapped on the planet. Therefore, he had no choice but to deactivate perfect oscillation before entering the passage. Just like before, He used the immortal rank superbrain in his body to create a fake identity in order to fool his way through. Although Yi Xian knew that the identity he made the system create would be recorded by the internal system of Heavenly Chen Planet. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave. If the system did not record it, how did he enter? That would expose him, and the system would automatically suspect him of faking it, which would bring him more trouble. Therefore, when Yi Xian left, he used the same fake identity as when he entered. Indeed, the internal system of Heavenly Chen Planet still did not recognize him. However, the alarm still sounded immediately. Rumble! Boom! As the alarm sounded, a huge roar could be heard. The star defense formation of Heavenly Chen Planet was fully activated. All the entrances and exits were closed without exception. Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he quickly realized what happened. It should not be that the internal system of Heavenly Chen Planet misidentified his fake identity. Instead, the Tuoba family must have found out that he had left and reported it to the Heavenly Chen country in a fit of anger. When the latter heard that Yi Xian had the mature formula for the level 11 liquid in his hands, he actually wanted to escape. Naturally, he immediately launched a search with all his might. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he arrived at a passage in the atmosphere and was directly exposed. His conjecture was soon confirmed. At this moment, in the vicinity of the spatial passageway where Yi Xian was located, the Starry Sky experts and federal citizens, who didn't know what was going on and thought that they were being attacked by the universe's zombies, were quickly pacified. One of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom's guards who were guarding the passageway welcomed them and then led them away. Only Yi Xian stood there quietly. No one came to greet him. Instead, a few shuttles and patrol ships came quickly from afar. They did not come close. Instead, they surrounded Yi Xian tightly. Yi Xian clearly saw that the cannons of these small ships had started to recharge. The target was indeed him. At the same time, in the interior of Heavenly Chen Planet, there were also a large number of battleships and human powerhouses who had taken out all kinds of magical treasures. They were all gathering together. They were obviously going to rush up and take down Yi Xian in one fell swoop. This posture is really not a normal kind of frightening. It seems like Chapter 3298. Falling out very quickly, the Starry Sky experts from the battleships that had rushed over from the Heavenly Chen Star arrived one after another. They surrounded Yi Xian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Apart from the Tian Chen country's military fleet and the Tuoba family's warriors, even the Gongyang family and Longyu family's masters had arrived with a large number of warriors. At this time, they were all staring at Yi Xian from a distance, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Obviously, the Tuoba family wanted to keep everything to themselves and did not reveal anything to the outside world. But now, when they found out that Yi Xian was going to escape, they could not care about anything else. They could only tell the truth. No matter what, they had to gather their forces to keep Yi Xian here. As for sharing the level 11 liquid formula in Yi Xian's hands with these guys, there was nothing they could do about it. It was better than letting Yi Xian escape now. Moreover, in this way, the Tuoba family could ask these forces to share the large amount of resources that Yi Xian had squandered away. They could at least recoup some of their losses. Unfortunately, they originally thought that the Tuoba family had seized this opportunity to rise completely. But now it seemed that everything was just a dream. Even if they could keep this brat, he would fall into the hands of Emperor Tianzhan in the future and would have nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong's heart suddenly surged with monstrous hatred. He took a step forward and pointed at Yi Xian's nose and scolded, "Ling Huchong, you little bastard. You squandered our Tuoba family's resources and now you want to leave? You deserve to die. You shameless old man. How dare you accuse this young master of killing a donkey after it has served its purpose?" Yi Xian didn't back down and immediately replied, "This young master stayed in your Tuoba family for a total of 13 days. Not only did I help you refine a new level 10 liquid, I even gave you the formula and finished product. I even made a tube of level 11 liquid for you and gave it to you. For the past 13 days, your Tuoba family has only provided me with 2 meals a day and provided me with the concoction materials. Other than that, this young master has not asked for any remuneration from you. Now, this young master feels that the formula still needs to be perfected, so I want to go out and look for opportunities. You actually dare to bite back and say that this young master is ruining your family business? Can you be any more shameless? Speaking up to this point, Yi Xian casually pointed at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong, shouting, "You ask the two of them, if this young master were to help them get the level 10 and level 11 liquid, and only ask them to provide food and water, and provide the concoction materials, would they do such a good thing? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Ling Hu, are you serious? If you don't eat or drink, are you going to starve to death? You want a horse to run, but you don't want to feed it. How can you do that?" Gongyang Buhui and Longyu Jinglong were shocked by Yi Xian's words just now. When they suddenly saw Yi Xian point at them and say that he wanted to help their family refine a level 10 or 11 liquid, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They were excited on the spot and responded in a panic. Only after they spoke did they realize that this wasn't what they thought it was. They were too excited. They inadvertently ruined Tuoba Xiong's plan. At this time, the old man was glaring at the two of them. Even the other experts and the fleet commanders of the Tianchen kingdom all had strange expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. The two old men's faces instantly turned red, and they didn't dare to say anything. "Ling Hu, little friend, this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, a 3-star general of the heavenly Chun country walked out. He politely smiled at Yi Xian before continuing. "Although the emperor isn't here, he went to the heavenly war starfield a few days ago to revive the imperial star. However, the heavenly Chun country, have already reported this matter to the emperor. The emperor's meaning is very clear. He hopes that little friend Ling Hu can stay and give him face. Don't worry about this matter anymore. When the emperor returns from restoring the imperial star, he will personally host a banquet to help little friend recover from the shock." "Recover your mother?" Without waiting for this 3-star general to finish speaking, Yi Xian impolitely interrupted him with a curse. He rolled his eyes and said, "This young master is in charge of whether you are the heavenly Chun kingdom's emperor or the heavenly war emperor. This old man is not a subject of your heavenly warring states. Is there a need to give you face? Cut the crap. This young lord is very unhappy right now, and I don't want to stay in this bullshit place. Immediately open the passage to the star array and let this young lord leave. Otherwise, if you want to force me to stay, this young master can just kill my way out. However, I'll make it clear in advance that if that happens, this young master won't bear the consequences. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 3-star general of the Tianchun kingdom's face darkened and immediately turned hostile, shouting at Yi Xian, "How dare you? At such a young age, you dare to insult the emperor and the emperor in front of so many people. Ling Hu Chong, how should you be punished? Quickly kneel down and beg for punishment. Otherwise, as long as this general gives the order, you won't be able to escape. When that time comes, I'm afraid you won't be so kind." This clearly meant that they were about to make a move. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Longyu Jinglong had been waiting for this moment. Seeing that this 3-star general was finally enraged, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances with each other, they also pointed at Yi Xian and immediately scolded him. "Ling Hu Chong, I advise you not to make a mistake. You have seen the situation today. If you want to escape, you won't have a chance." That's right, the Tianchen kingdom and the Heaven Battle Emperor still value talents. With your talent, if you stay in the kingdom, you will definitely become a pillar of the kingdom. It's better than dying here or becoming a prisoner. I've already told you everything that needs to be said. We've known each other for a long time. You really shouldn't have such a bad temper. When we were young and full of vigor, this old man and the others also had it, but haven't we all changed now? Young man, you should accept criticism with an open mind. Hong, I'll criticize your mother. A group of shameless old men. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young master? Isn't it just a fight? This young master wants to see if you have the ability to make this young master stay here today. Before the 3 old fellows could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and activated the indestructible glass armor. Then, he directly entered the second mecha state. At the same time, the withered demon Bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious blood-black demonic blade. It was almost 10 feet long, which was the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. A murderous aura instantly spread out from it. Chapter 3299. To push all the way, heavens! What a terrifying demonic blade! A quasi-starry sky treasure. This blood-black devil blade is also a quasi-starry sky treasure. Did he refine it himself again? This is truly heaven-defying. Both the battle weapon and the battle armor are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. I have never heard of such a thing before. Only an artifact refining great grandmaster would be able to do such a thing. This child's future is limitless. Since we have already offended him today, we must keep him here no matter what. That's right. Otherwise, as long as he surrenders to the enemy out of fury, we would be sinners of the entire human race. Let's attack him together. For the future of the entire human race, this freak is too important. As long as he surrenders to the enemy, it would be a catastrophe for the entire human race. Seeing Yi Xian bring out both a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure grade battle armor and battle weapon at the same time, this group of people was shocked and exclaimed again. However, those words were truly infuriating. As they spoke, it was as if they had all become righteous masters, while Yi Xian had become a spy who wanted to betray the human race. Ha ha ha. I have to say, you guys have once again refreshed this young master's understanding of the word shameless. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Anyway, you're all worse than pigs and dogs. So what if this young master kills to his heart's content today? Hearing these words, Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. The last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. Laughing loudly, he waved his hand again and said, "Since it's already like this today, then this young master might as well give you all an earth-shattering shock. There are 3 basic treasures for a starry sky powerhouse. Apart from battle weapons, battle armors, and warships, today you shameless old men have joined hands to ambush this young master. This young master has already shown his combat weapon and armor. How can I just stand by and watch? Come out, Dongshu shuttle." With a final shout, Yi Xian waved his hand. The Dongshu shuttle within his undying world was brought out. It hovered above his head and rapidly rose to a height of 10,000 meters. Activate the ship's killing system immediately. Yi Xian's expression had already turned extremely gloomy. He sneered as he ordered the engulfing system to attack. Array energy mode. Close range array ceiling trap kill. Attack mode. Cover the entire area and kill without discrimination. Buzz. Buzz. Following his order, the Dongshu shuttle floating 10,000 meters above his head reacted immediately. Buzzing noises reverberated as the body of the Dongshu shuttle glowed brightly. Countless symbols and symbols representing the Upanishads of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot out a dazzling light, shooting out rapidly to every corner of the Dongshu shuttle. At this instant, countless talisman markings of various colors interweaved together like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped this entire expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light had spread out in the sky, and it replaced the sky and enveloped this part of the heavens and the earth. It was multicolored and resplendent. Rumble. A terrifying roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Since then, a large area of the void with a radius of 100 li under the giant net of light energy was completely confined in the blink of an eye, including Yi Xian and the many starry sky masters and warships that surrounded him. All of this happened so fast that no one could react in time. By the time their exclamations sounded, the Dongshu shuttle's onboard killing array system had been activated. 5 energy pillars were suspended in the sky, enveloping the void with a radius of 100 li below. Heavens, what's going on? That's clearly a small private warship, but the scene in front of us, A quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. Another quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. This kid must be crazy. He actually refined the 3 basic treasures of a starry sky powerhouse to the level of a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. What kind of terrifying artifact crafting talent does he have? Yes, even the Grand Master refiners of the cultivation camp can't do this. Combat weapons and armors are fine, but if they want to refine a small private warship into a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, they must join hands with the top warship builders of the science camp. That's not the point. I just want to know what's going on with the void confinement around us. Isn't this a small private warship? Why is there a void-killing array? The void within a radius of 100 li has been sealed. We can't escape. What are those 5 energy pillars up there for? His aura is terrifying. That's right. I don't feel good. I'm scared out of my wits. Rumble. Boom. Kacha. As the exclamations of these guys trapped in the killing array rose, the 5 pillars of energy at the edge of the killing array that enveloped an area of 100 miles instantly shone brightly. Streams of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out one after another like a great river. Wrapped in a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, they rumbled down in an overwhelming manner. In the blink of an eye, the entire void within a radius of 100 li was completely covered. It was the same as last time. Not only did the killing energy have different attributes and powers, even the forms that they manifested were varied too. There were round thunderballs, large and small, agile and unpredictable lightning bolts, and even weapons of slaughter such as magical equipment and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts that looked ferocious and terrifying. The killing energy of the array was in different forms, and the way it attacked was naturally different as well. At this moment, it was pouring down from all directions at the same time, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. They didn't know how to deal with it at all. Facing all of this, the experts who were looking up from below and were still crying out in alarm were collectively dumbfounded. All of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of attack before. It was so messy that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number was so terrifying that it made one despair. All of the experts who were enveloped by the killing array had dull expressions on their faces. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Ruthless. Rumble. Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly, and the entire army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, angry roars, and angry roars intertwined, instantly rendering an extremely tragic scene. This was the result of Yi Xian not fully activating the killing power of the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array. Compared to the previous time when it killed the army of cosmic zombies, the current killing system of the Void Hole Shuttle was only half activated, and it was still in an indiscriminate attack mode. Otherwise, the image would be even more tragic. Of course, although Yi Xian was also within the area enveloped by the killing array, all of the energy attacks pouring down from the sky would not pose any threat to him. Even if Yi Xian took the initiative to face a certain energy attack, the latter would quickly change its trajectory under the control of the 5 killing pillars above and avoid Yi Xian. All of this was controlled by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Chapter 3300. A fist bigger than a man with the Dongshu shuttle's onboard killing system fully activated. Even if it was only at half power, the power of the bombardment was still terrifying. The huge void within 100 miles that was shrouded and imprisoned by the killing array was in complete chaos. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves rose and fell one after another, resounding endlessly. The rumbling of cannons was also accompanied by the rumbling of battleships. This was the sound of battleships bombarding the energy screen that imprisoned this area. They wanted to blast open the light screen and escape this hellish area. However, it was all in vain. The Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array had already been activated. How could the light screen formed by the 5 basic elements be so easily broken? Although there were hundreds of various warships trapped in this space, most of them were small shuttles and patrol ships. Although there were more than 10 military warships, they were all planetary state warships with a diameter of 1,000 meters and star state warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There wasn't a single fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A warship cannon of this level was not enough to pose a threat to the confinement light curtain of the Grand Five Elements Annihilation Array. In addition, there were quite a number of experts in this forbidden ground. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingyu, and the elders from the three top clans of Heaven War were here. However, their cultivation bases were only at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm. They were at the same cultivation level as the three zombie kings that Yi Xian had killed when he activated the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation on the Heavenly War Planet. Back then, even the three corpse kings were unable to break out of the absolute extermination killing array, so this group of fellows naturally had even less hope. However, in Heavenly Stellar Planet, there were still people who could break through half of the Five Elements Extermination Array's imprisonment light screen. As long as there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses or a few supreme beings in the Void Realm, they would be able to break through the imprisonment light screen in a few minutes. These forces and existences that could pose a threat to the Dongshu Shuttle's battleship killing system had yet to arrive, but they would arrive soon. Yi Xian had already anticipated this. He did not intend to stay here for long. Similarly, he did not intend to kill all the Starry Sky experts who were enveloped by the light screen of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation. After all, they were human powerhouses and not the universe's zombie army. Even though they were shameless and were enemies with Yi Xian, this kind of large-scale slaughter was of great importance. Yi Xian didn't want to become the public enemy of the world. Even though he was furious, his current plan was to teach these people a lesson. In today's situation, it was fine to hurt them or scare them, but they couldn't really kill all of them. At the same time, he had another goal, which was to force the three-star general of Heavenly Stellar Nation, who was in charge of the overall situation, to order the opening of the Heavenly Stellar Planet's atmospheric defense system's entry and exit tunnel. At the edge of the 100-mile-long void that the killing array system enveloped was the entrance and exit of the atmosphere that had already been shut down. At this moment, there were quite a number of Starry Sky powerhouses guarding the entrance and exit of the passage. Their cultivation bases were not strong, but they were firmly entrenched in a defensive fortress inside the Starry Sky passage. That fortress was also extremely sturdy. It was not that Yi Xian couldn't break it open, but it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, if he did that, it would be tantamount to starting a war with an administrative planet of the human race. Furthermore, this administrative planet was the capital planet of Heavenly Stellar Nation, the temporary base of the Heavenly Battle Empire. If he really broke open the fortress and forced the guards inside to open the passage, it would give Yi Xian something to use against him. The other side could use this to make a big deal out of it and claim the moral high ground, which would be extremely disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He didn't intend to force the identity of Ling Huchong to go against the human race, so even if he had the ability to do so, he didn't intend to do it. In any case, he could just teach this three-star general a good lesson and achieve his goal. Then, he might as well use this guy as an example and vent his anger at the same time. Come, Mr. General, what did you say just now? This young master didn't hear it clearly. Since we have nothing to do now, let's get to know each other better. At this moment, Yi Xian had already kept the withered demon blood blade in his right hand into his undying world. These people were currently being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They were already in a sorry state, so if Yi Xian rushed over, he would be bullying them. If he used the withered demon blood blade to slash at them, he would definitely be able to kill them with a single slash. This was completely different from his original plan. He didn't even use the miniature death ray cannon on his mech. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have fainted on the spot? The space within a radius of 100 li had been completely locked down. There was no way to escape. If they were to be blasted by the death ray cannon, they would definitely die. There was nowhere to run, so there was no hope of hiding. In such a small space, there was basically no possibility of hiding. The speed of the death ray cannon's energy beam was extremely terrifying. Even so, Yi Xian still seemed very relaxed. No matter which direction he flew in, he would instantly scare off a bunch of people. No one dared to let him get close to them. This included Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the rest of the 10th Realm Grotto Heaven Realm experts. On one hand, Yi Xian was already in existence in the 9th Realm Origin Level 5. His strength wasn't much different from these Grotto Heaven Realm experts. He originally had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, so he definitely wouldn't lose out to Tuoba Xiong and the rest in a one-on-one battle. And now, these people were all being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to deal with Yi Xian's harassment? He was now a 30 zhang tall giant, and his fist was like a small hill. A single punch from him could take someone's life. It was precisely because of this that the 3-star generals, who were originally fleeing in a sorry state and avoiding the killing energy that was locked onto him from the horizon, turned green when they saw Yi Xian charging towards them. Without another word, they turned around and ran. Hey, why are you running? Didn't you close the passage and want to beat this young master up? Now that this young master has personally delivered himself to your doorstep, why did you change your mind? Yi Xian sneered. While speaking, his figure flashed and directly blocked the 3-star general's path. He clenched his right fist and unceremoniously punched towards the general's chest. You haven't seen a fist bigger than you, right? This is the result of blocking this young master's nest. This is what you get for acting. Boom! Chapter 3301. The matter is over with one punch. A quarter of the bones in the 3-star general's body were broken. Although he looked battered and exhausted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. Although his cultivation was also at the heavenly passage realm and was an entire realm stronger than Yi Xian, under such circumstances, it was clearly abnormal for him to only suffer from superficial wounds to such an extent. The 3-star general wasn't an idiot, so he immediately understood. Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him with one punch. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course, he also wanted to force him to open the recently closed air passage. Thinking of this, the 3-star general immediately felt conflicted. He didn't dare to give this order. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to the ground. His official career would basically be over. But now, this damned little fiend clearly had his eyes on him. He wasn't satisfied with just one punch, so he swung his fist and chased after him. This was clearly a prelude to crippling him if he didn't give the order. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a 3-star general. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, although broken limbs could be replanted and flesh could be regenerated, his opponent was clearly an expert in this field. He didn't hold back at all when it came to torturing people. The 3-star general didn't doubt that Yi Xian definitely had the means to break his bones and sever his tendons. If that really happened, he would be the unlucky one in the end. His official career would come to an abrupt end, and he would be crippled for life. Thinking of this, he shuddered, and his mind was immediately shaken. This body's bones are very strong. A fist bigger than a person, and he actually didn't die from one punch? This young master doesn't believe it. Let's try another punch. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and seemed to be planning to take it head-on, Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but on the surface he continued to tease him. Before he finished speaking, he was already in front of him again. He raised his fist bigger than a person and punched. Don't. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. When he saw the fist that was larger than a human approaching his head, the 3-star general was so scared that his body trembled. Without hesitation, he turned his head to look at the air passage defense fortress in the distance and yelled at the top of his lungs. What are you guys still standing there for? Open the air passage immediately and let them pass. Release him immediately. That's more like it. Bang. Yi Xian's heart relaxed slightly when he heard the 3-star general finally let him go. However, he didn't plan on retracting the punch that he'd already thrown out. Almost at the same time as his words appeared, a huge explosion sounded out. PFFF? The 3-star general opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another quarter of his bones were broken, and this time he fainted. This was something Yi Xian had done on purpose. Since the order to open the air passage had already been given, this guy was no longer of any value. There was no harm in knocking him out with a single punch. Otherwise, it would be bad if he were to do something else. Very quickly, Yi Xian turned around and left after punching this fellow until he vomited blood and fainted. As for the 3-star general that fell down from the sky, he was quickly caught by the other starry sky experts. Otherwise, if they continued to fall like this, although the entire void was sealed and they wouldn't directly die when they hit the ground, they would definitely be bombarded by the killing energy from the void above. In a situation where they couldn't avoid it, they would definitely die. Looking up, the air passage at the edge of the formation was indeed slowly opening. Seeing this, not only was Yixian completely relieved, but the other starry sky masters who were imprisoned in the formation also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the thousands of experts who were imprisoned in the formation were basically all injured. There were even some people with weaker cultivations who had directly died. They could only consider themselves unlucky if they were killed, even though they had only activated half of the killing formation's power. As for the hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, they were basically all destroyed. The starry sky masters inside the shuttles had all abandoned the shuttles and escaped. They had never experienced such a sullen battle before. At this moment, their gazes towards Yixian were filled with incomparably dense fear and dread. Even Tuaba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong were the same. How was this a little demon? This was clearly a big demon. The three-star general had already given the order to open the air passage and let him leave. But that terrifying giant fist that was even bigger than a person still smashed down without hesitation. At that time, Tuaba Xiong and the other two clearly saw that scene, causing the three old fellows to tremble in fear. If one were to speak of it, the three-star generals didn't have any enmity with Yixian, yet they were still treated like this. Compared to this, the three of them had schemed against Yixian more than once or twice, but if the result was, it was simply too creepy. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Tuaba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong's faces immediately changed, turning deathly pale. Because at this moment Yixian, who just blasted the three-star generals to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, turned around and actually chased after them. Looking at the pair of terrifying steel fists that were even larger than a person, the three old men with pale faces turned around and fled, howling as if their lives depended on it. Ling Huchong, what are you doing? The air passage has already been opened. Don't go too far. Fine. Don't take advantage of the situation and stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, once the top experts of Tianchen arrive, you won't have the chance to leave even if you want to. That's right, young man, your own life is more important. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Pong! 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 As soon as the three old men finished speaking, they all received a heavy punch in the back. Yixian's speed in this space was extremely fast, so he could just charge forward and did not have to worry about the various killing energies falling from the sky landing on him. However, the others were different. They could